Okay, welcome to the third round of the TePe Sigeman chess tournament. After 2 rounds, we have one sole leader, Bado Jobava, 1.5 point, 4 players on 1 point, and on half point, Pavel Elyanov, a little bit surprising. But today, Pavel Elyanov is playing with the white pieces against Jobava, so he has every opportunity to make progress in the tournament. I have checked the statistics, and Jobava has a good statistic against Elyanov, but it's all old games, so I don't think we should take too much care about it. Elyanov played e4, and Jobava has not yet responded to this. Maybe he's surprised, but I know Elyanov plays e4 sometimes, so he should be prepared. We have to wait and see. Then we have the game between Nigel Short and Nils Grandelius. They have played 3 times. Short has won 2 of these games. He has won with the white pieces 2 times. And both these games were played here in the Sigeman tournament. So he has good memories of playing Grandelius in Malmö. And we will see what has happened. Short opened with e4. Grandelius, he answered with e5, what he normally plays nowadays. Before he always played the Najdorf variation, but not anymore. Now he is playing the Ruy Lopez, like most of the players in the world elite. They made a couple of moves, and this is all well known. b5, bishop b3, and if we remember the game from the first round, Short against Blomqvist, there Blomqvist played d6, Short played c3, castle, h3, and bishop b7. It was the Zaitsev variation in the Ruy Lopez, and Short won an impressive game. But Nils, he is not playing d6, he's playing castle, and that hints at that he wants to play the Marshal. So if c3, he probably wants to play d5. A very sharp gambit, a very sound gambit actually. Black has good results. And now Short, no, he has played c3, so he's allowing the Marshal gambit. So this will be a very interesting theoretical duel. And I know Grandelius is always well prepared in the opening. We know he was working in the team of Magnus Carlsen during the match against Karjakin, so he knows a thing or two about openings. So this will be interesting. And we can see that after 8 minutes, Jobava decided to play the Sicilian. So this will also be interesting. I guess Elyanov will play something with bishop b5, or I'm not sure he will enter an open Sicilian, but we will see. d6 was played. So if my theory is correct, he should give a check, but he didn't. He went d4, so this will be an open Sicilian. And we can also see that Grandelius played d5. So this will be a Marshal. We take a quick look also at the third game. Harika Dronavali is playing white against Erik Blomqvist. And I think Dronavali, she has actually impressed in the first 2 rounds, making 2 draws with black, and actually had good positions in both of these games. And yesterday against Grandelius, she could have won at one moment. Now she's playing white. Blomqvist is normally playing the Sicilian, but different variations. And also here we have an open Sicilian. and he's playing the classical. We have a6, it's the knight off, of course, and we have e6, could lead to a keres attack, for example, and we also have the enterprising dragon. But knight c6, also playable, of course. Bishop g5, the rouser, attack. e6, queen d2, and now a6, or what Blomqvist played, bishop e7. And normally white is now going to play long castle. So this will also be a very interesting game, sharp game, probably. So what happened between Elyanov and Jobava? It was an open Sicilian, and it was a Najdorf variation. And now Elyanov is not entering the most theoretical lines with bishop g5 or bishop e3, but he's playing bishop e2. Normally, black now chooses between e6 or e5. But Jobava, he has his own ideas, so he's now going for the dragon. And when you play both a6 and g6, like a6 in the Najdorf and g6 in the dragon, I call it the Dragadorf. So this is interesting. And also in the game between Short and Gandelius, they are playing theoretical moves. We had the Marshall Gambit. Short accepted the gambit. White has almost no choice. He has to do it if he wants anything. And then c6, d4. So white is a pawn up, but black is a little bit ahead in development. We can see all the pieces down on the back rank. Black is going to play bishop d6 now, and the rook is coming back. And normally you play queen h4, g3, and queen h3. This is the normal variation, so to speak, something like this. Black has very good compensation, and in practical play it has proven very difficult for white to get any advantage. So this is one of the better gambits to play. The problem is you have to know a lot of theory to play it.
Can I just ask a question?
Yeah.
Gandelius was second for the castle.
Yes.
In this variation.
They have probably prepared this variation for this match.
Is he allowed to play it?
Looks like it. Looks like he is allowed to play it. I have asked him, and he said something like he was allowed to play about 80% of the variations they had looked at. Not all, but he is allowed to use most of it. And I don't know how long this restriction is in place, but he is allowed to play it. And he has played it before, the Marshall, after the match. He played it against Raga in, I don't know where it was, in maybe Dubai or where. I can say maybe.
I just have one more question.
Yes.
In Jobava, he fought about 6 minutes on move 1.
Yeah, Jobava, you are surprised he was thinking for 6 minutes on move 1.
I mean, he fought counter.
Elyanov is normally not playing e4. Sometimes he do, but normally he's playing d4 or knight f3. But still, it's surprising to think for 6 minutes. But maybe it's also just to get in, yes, to get some concentration, because 5 minutes before the round he was not so concentrated, I think, when you met him outside. So he needs a couple of minutes to pull himself together and start to think.
Bishop e2 from that's not the most dangerous line against the dragon, isn't it?
No, bishop e2 is not the most
No,
aggressive.
It's quite safe to play the dragon
Yeah, but still, now if you play the dragon with bishop e2, of course, but you have also made a6.
Yeah,
Black.
but that could be important later.
Yeah, so now we have some sort of dragon with a a6 played.
Yeah.
But white is going to play d4 sometime.
Play
Isn't he going to play d4? White.
d4,
d4.
g.
Yeah.
Maybe I would be surprised if Eleanor played g4. This is not the kind of move he's playing. I think he will play more solid. There is variation. You play f4, g4, and so on. Could happen. Now we see after queen h3, short didn't play what was known as the, I don't want to say normal variation, but bishop e3 is played the most. But he played rook e4, which is also popular. And it seems like he is prepared. He's playing quick. And I also think he was quite well prepared against Blomqvist in the first round in the Spanish. In the game between Dronavalli and Blomqvist, white did play long castle and Blomqvist responded with short. So castling on opposite sides, always interesting. Now you have to attack quick. But this is also a variation with a lot of theory. It's not played so much right now, but it was very popular, 20 years ago, 15 years ago. There's a lot of games in this variation. So we will see. And in this game between Eleanor and Jobava, Eleanor played queen d2. Maybe sometimes bishop h6, but still not castle. So we don't know if he was going to make a long or a short castle. We will see. And maybe black also should wait with short castle. Try something with b5 or developing the knight to d7 or something like this. So we have two very theoretical games, and this one I don't know how theoretical it is because this I don't know so well. Now let's see if we can update. Yes. So this was Harika, queen a5. I know the variation. There is some exchange sacrifice in about 15 moves or 10 moves or something like this in a long variation. I don't really know if something like this and e5, take, and this, because the bishop is hanging on g5, e take f is not an option. So they play bishop d2, you come here, and knight d5, and the bishop is hanging, and the queen is hanging, and you have to play queen d8, and they take, and the queen takes. This has been seen a lot. It was played by players like Kramnik and Anand, but 15 years ago, 20 years ago, something like this. And I just remembered this bishop is coming back, and then suddenly black is sacrificing his rook. We will see if this will happen. And Gardelius, he played a theoretical move, g5. He wants to stop the rook from coming to h4, probably, but of course, you wonder what will happen if white takes. But then we have this double attack. So it's not possible to take, because then you lose a piece. So this is very interesting. Black has sacrificed a pawn, and now he's playing g5. But white is underdeveloped. All the pieces on the queen side, and also this bishop is not, the only thing I can do with this bishop is take on d5 or come back. But that's one more move. Normally you want to exchange queens. You are pawn up, so why not? But maybe you can take, but I guess you move away. I can see this is the most usual move. No, there is a variation where white is sacrificing his rook. I guess it's this one, and you don't move it away. Yes, play something like this. And if you take, suddenly white has a good center, a pawn for the exchange, and black has played g5, and you have to move your knight. Doesn't look too good. So this is well-known theoretical variation where you sacrifice an exchange as white. So queen f1 was played by short. And now, should you take and play for, let's say, maybe a check, or maybe a bishop, let's give a check. And then something quick. Because this rook is active. We can exchange this one, and maybe we can enter. It would be mate, but that's too good to be true, so you have to defend. But now white still has problems. The knight on b1, rook on a1. But maybe black cannot use his development advantage. Something like this, and now he has to go back. So maybe this is not enough. But it's not uncommon that black exchanges queens, even if he's a pawn down. Exchange queens, and the ending is playable. Now we'll see. We have this Tronavali. On bishop c4, Blomqvist didn't play bishop d7. He played h6. And bishop h4 is, of course, a move, and then you normally play e5. And now I think we are entering games, old games, between Karpov and Kasparov, even. Did I play it in a match in the beginning of Kasparov's career? I'm not sure. It's also possible to play a move like h4, because it's, of course, very dangerous to take a bishop, opening the h5. This could be a very intelligent opening choice from Blomqvist, because he's playing a sharp variation, which was played not recently. So maybe Harika has not looked at this so much, because it's mostly older games, and if Blomqvist is well prepared, maybe he can get an advantage from this. But we also see it on the clock.
Is it like Blomqvist who has chosen the line?
They have both shoes on the line, you could say, but he is entering something that is not played so often anymore. What did Jobava do? He played knight bd7, and I think it's safe to call this the Dragadorf. The dragon and the Najdorf in combination.
Can I ask, what is the idea behind the a6 in the dragon?
You cannot say he played a6 in the dragon because he wanted to play a6. Because he played a6, like the Najdorf, white played bishop e2, which is not so aggressive, and then black played g6 and entered the dragon.
Yeah.
So it's the other way around. So a6 he played first, and then he entered the dragon after this. But it's very flexible from black because he has not castled, so bishop h6 is not so dangerous, h4 is not so dangerous because he has not castled. And he can play moves like b5 and bishop b7 and queen c7 before deciding what to do with the king. So why is Niels thinking? He should know this position. Maybe he knows it so well, so he has two moves to choose from. We can hope. Take on f1 or queen h5. Two moves. So maybe he doesn't know any move, then it's a problem, or maybe he knows two moves. One move is enough, normally. So she's thinking. One move you should not play is bishop take f6, because then you always can take back. It's not possible to start to take pawns like d6. I can take, or I can play rook d8, or this one you can always give. So you have to go back or enter these very sharp variations with h4. But if you are not prepared, it might be dangerous to play like this. Black don't have to take, because this bishop is trapped. You can take it later on. But of course, you will always get compensation with white. But there are long and sharp variations, and if you're not prepared, you don't like to enter them. So let's say bishop h4, e5, and I take, and move the queen somewhere. And then there are a lot of different moves. But this is old theory. This is not played yet. So this is the position. Dronavali is thinking. I'm probably trying to remember what the theory suggests as best. This is a little bit more strange with Niels. You should think that he should know what to play in this position. Because rook e4, that short played, is a common move right now, and g5 is the normal answer, even I know it, and queen f1. And then you should know if you should take or play queen h5 or something else. And now I know he has played queen h5.
And we don't remember what he's allowed to do.
Aha, you mean now he's playing variations he's not allowed by Carlsen to play. But he's doing it anyway, maybe.
Actually, we didn't think.
I don't think so. I don't hope so. Because this is not something new. I think if there is a variation he is not allowed to play, it must be in 10 moves or 20 moves from here, actually, because this is well-known variation. So what do you want? You want to play bishop h3, and you want to play rook e8 or f5. You want to attack. And what does white do? White wants to develop only.
You can move.
Queen h5 is played. Yeah, queen h5 is played. And white should normally develop. I also know there are some variations. I only know fragments of this. I recognize some positions. I know they sometimes come like this and try to threaten the queen. And now we'll see what happened. Harika played queen h4. And quickly, Blomqvist played queen h5, and that's a new move for me at least. So if you only look at opening, I think you could say that Blomqvist has won this opening match. He's playing quick, and probably Harika don't know this queen h5 move. It's been played before, but it's not so common. The idea is very simple. You want to take the bishop. So you have to move. And then normally black is playing for d5 with rook d8 and hoping to free himself with d5. Normally you don't want a queen on the king side. Of course, you want a queen on the queen side where the white king is, and white could also win TePe against the queen later on when he's going to attack. But the bishop on g3 is blocking this g pawn.
If you play bishop e1 also.
Bishop,
And not play g4 actually.
you want to come here instead?
Yeah, don't play g4.
Yeah, but maybe I can now play e5. Because when you play bishop g3, you're stopping black from playing e5. This is common in this variation, but I'm not sure if it's good with the queen on h5. But you want to play e5, so you can develop the bishop and so on. So we will see. And short developed the knight to d2, which is normal. And now you expect this bishop to move, but maybe there are also other moves. It's always interesting to push the f-pawn to try to get a real attack, but then you're also opening this diagonal. So the knight is now pinned. That's maybe too weakening. Now we have to see what happened. Queen f1. I have to update. But short is not surprised. This we can see. I also think that short has played the marshal with black. So And of course he has played most of the openings, but I think the Spanish Marshall he has played. And Elyanov is thinking, maybe he's not so well, doesn't know this variation so well. And he played very slow yesterday against Blomqvist. Had very bad time. Already after 20 moves, I think he was down under 10 minutes. And that's not so good in a very complicated position.
I think he's lost 27 points in 8 games.
Sorry?
He's lost 27 points in 8 games.
He has lost 27 points in the last 8 games. Okay, this is not a good trend. Okay, and that's a lot of points. And it's also very important points for him, I think, because he's very high on the world ranking, so he's losing a lot of places. So he had a bad tournament before he came here. He was in Baku or in Azerbaijan.
The thing is, what you saw in the tournament, I don't remember where.
I think it was in Baku. Shang, yes, Azerbaijan. So we have the Marshall, a lot of theory. Yesterday, Jobava said he don't like these kind of variations. He played the Prompovsky 2 times, and he was saying that, yeah, much more fun than playing these Marshall gambits, 40 moves of theory and nothing's new. And now we have one of these games. But he wants to have some creative play a little bit more early than move 38.
I just wonder if he wants to draw the game.
If Pavel Elyanov wants to, no, I don't think so.
But does he have the safe option of white?
If Elyanov were playing for a draw from the beginning, which I don't think he is, then he wouldn't have played e4 in move 1.
No.
Then he could play d4 and something. Yeah. No, I think he's playing for a win because this is what he needs in this tournament right now. And now he played g4, which you wanted him to play. Okay, g5, is that a threat or not? What do we do with the knight when we are hit with g5? Because normally we would like to come to d7, but we have already occupied this with the knight on d7. And if you go to h5, you can be taken by the bishop.
But if you play h5 as well.
No, yeah, h5 is possible. Then you have good use of the rook. You have not castle, which of course is good. But you have to do something with the king, now or later. So something like this, the king is in the center, maybe it's the safest place. and you still have the choice to go either way. The rook is now good on h8. Also a weak pawn down on h2.
Do you know the theory of when black sacrifices a piece on f3 and then takes the pawn on g4?
In this variation,
I don't know if this variation, but there is a variation in dragon where
in the dragon, it's a common that you can give a piece on g4, but then normally the bishop is not on e2. Then the bishop must be on f1, so you get 2 or 3 pawns.
okay, so a6 and then
So now, yeah,
but the pawn can still be taken. It's too much exchange, or it's a completely different variation.
yeah, I don't know. We still have to wait and see where the kings are going. We don't know. Nobody has castled. They start active operations before castling. Not recommended normally, but they can do it. And now, Jobava, counter in the center, d5. And I can see on my screen, it has been played in only one game. So now, Eljanov got something to think about. So what's the point? You can take the pawn. It's for free or not.
Knight d6.
You have to take, and then you move your knight, let's say, and then you are hitting with a lot of pieces, and you are also hitting g4. So it can not be defended. Can I do anything else? Now this is no move, because then I take with a knight on e4. That must be okay for black. So what should white do? Is this a... If black could move again, is this a threat maybe? Who knows? It's a very interesting move, this d5. I have to take. I see knight d5 was played, looks strange. Why not this?
And I just wonder if you could play moves with knight d6 or something.
Knight
e6.
Knight e6, then you are giving, I take the piece.
I don't know.
Like this, I exchange queens. Ah, no.
No. You just read the knight d6.
And on the other board, nothing is happening. So we can take a look at this once more. Is there an alternative to taking on d5 with a pawn? I don't see it. I would be worried if I was Eljanov at this point. d5 played so quick, and maybe You don't know how to react, and if your baba is well prepared, then this could be very dangerous for white. Let's see, Niels played bishop f5, and now we again has this f3 sacrificing in exchange. White already has one pawn, and if you take, white takes with a pawn and has a good center, so maybe you should not take it. Just continue with development, rook e8, for example. Because if you go back with the rook, then you are lost to TePe. Then black will play rook e8, something, and have all his pieces developed. Let's say something like this, and this looks extremely dangerous, and with the bishop coming here. So this must be the move, and then we will see what Niels has prepared. And in this game, Dronavali has not seen queen h5 before. That's obvious, because now she has used more than half an hour for these moves. And Blomqvist, he's still on 140, like when the game began. Okay, back to this. Elyanov is thinking. What you want to do?
I just wonder if maybe it's stupid, but can you sacrifice a piece with long cross?
Now we'll see. Suggested that we could play long castle, and now we can take on e4 if we want, but we must check this.
And then knight takes.
How you want to play knight d5? But then I take this, and then I take. If we want to sacrifice a piece, we must do it in another way. We can take this one, we get 2 pawns, or maybe we can how do we sacrifice? Yeah, we know how to sacrifice a piece, but how do we get some compensation? I think this is the problem. Let's say I take, then I can just castle, I guess. Or is g5 irritating? I'm not too impressed. Doesn't look too dangerous. I'm not sure how to counter. Now we can see that Hadika, she played bishop g3, and immediately Erik played rook d8. And he wants to play d5, one way or another. Okay, I check. Maybe d5 is not possible because there is some slight issues with the bishop, so you have to develop. It's like this. I can see they play a lot of different moves all the time, all moves. So it looks very much like the so-called normal variation, but with the queen on a5 and the bishop on h4. So this extra queen h5, bishop g3 changes something because there is no longer a pin when the bishop is not longer on h4. And white would be happy to play something like this, and if I could do this, I would be very happy, but that's not allowed. But it's very easy on the screen. So the bishop is not so well placed on g3. The move white almost always play in the Sicilian is the king b1, just to get the king more to a safe place. So this could also be a possibility.
And this is something stupid again.
She played a rook e1.
Why would you play c5?
If you want to play
e5.
instead,
Yeah, that's good.
no, maybe not. I take. You have to take with the queen.
No, you sacrifice.
You're going to sacrifice again. Where are you sacrificing? On d8. It's easy to sacrifice other players' pieces. I'm not sure it's working, so you have to take on e5, I guess. Because I have some smart check on g5, maybe. Because I need to get rid of this rook so I can play bishop g7. Should I start with a check or should I move my knight? Something like this, and I'm hitting the rook. And then I take on g3 and e5. But okay, good. But she played rook e1, and Blomqvist immediately played bishop d7. Keeping the pressure, playing quick. More strange is this. White is thinking. They play slow, both white and black. You should think you could play these moves quick. And Elyanov is thinking, so I think he's in some trouble. So what we can see is that we have 3 very sharp games today. 2 Sicilian and 1 Marshall. It cannot be any sharper than this, actually. So not much talk about weak pawns and pair of bishops, but more attack on the king and so on. Just try. How is a position like this? And should I take this one or should I take this one? I have no idea, so I try something. I take, and take. Now, do I have anything smart with my knight? Because it could always be dangerous with the rook on d1 against the queen. Now he took on d5, Eleanor. After a long think, there was nothing else. And we will see, you could move your knight to different squares because you're going to hit 2 pawns. Always. Maybe I should make these pawns red. Like weakness. Knight b6 was played. So now we have three pieces attacking d5. We will win this pawn for sure. Or if we don't want it, we can take this one, because we have 2 pieces attacking g4. And the problem for white is that he has to find something sharp, because if black is allowed to take on d5 and then take the bishop on e3, then black is okay. That's normal in the dragon. If you can get rid of this bishop on e3, then you are happy. This g4 move doesn't look so impressive right now. There is no attack with this g-pawn. Just look weak. And you can of course play g5, but I still want to take on d5, so no point. So there is not much point with this pawn on g4. Okay, I try a move just to see what's going on. I try castle, and I take, let's say take, and I don't want to lose my bishop against the knight, so I try to exchange it for the bishop. And then you could castle, or you could take. And I thought maybe I have some smart knight moves and then I can take on d5. But that's not, that's just a lot of exchanges. Maybe check.
What about not taking and playing knight f5?
Up knight f5
Here.
right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. But let's say I take this one.
And then we take an e7.
I take back.
And then we take the bishop.
Take the bishop.
Yeah.
and I move my knight. Okay, and then you should have, I have to go here, so you don't have a check, and now you should do something smart with your queen.
Yeah.
But maybe the bishop is better than a knight, but black's pawns, they look a little bit more connected. I see these two pawns. So this is probably not going to happen, but just to understand, but there was played long castle. And now Jobava must decide, the pawn on d5 or the pawn on g4. When he takes on d5, it's a little bit more dangerous because then he's opening the d file. So it's also possible to take on g4. But still it looks more attractive to take the d5 pawn because you're...
If it takes on d5, isn't it? It's changing the dark's position.
Take on d5.
If it takes on d4.
G4 with the knight or with the bishop? With the knight. Yeah, because you're now again attacking this one.
If it takes on player 3, then you have knight c5 and knight c4.
Yeah, now you want to come... So it's possible to take on g4 and it's possible to take on d5. I see they are making moves. Harika and Erik. Harika played e5. And again, Blomqvist didn't hesitate, just took. So he is still in preparation. And now we have the rook against the queen, so you always have to be careful. And short is thinking against Nils. And we still have this error I have to update. So this is not the correct time. 1:36 should be about 1:20. He has been thinking for 15 minutes. So what do we want to play? We can take with a queen, of course, but then we don't have much. In a position like this, black is more than okay. You can play, not sure, maybe here, hitting this one, and then we place the bishop on c6, and black is good. And that's normally in the end game. Black is normally better in the Sicilian. White should not exchange queens. And I can hit the queen, and if I move, it's almost trapped. But you could play this, apparently. So this is a sharp variation. Some sort of queen sacrifice. And now you're hitting the queen, and then you can take this one. Now, okay, it's hanging on e7. So how much do we have? We have already 2 pieces. So this is one game going like this, taking the rook. And what do we have? Rook and a knight against the queen. opposite colored bishops, strong bishop on c6. Okay, but that's not so bad for white. It's still a queen. And now short play this f3 move. Finally. Defending the rook. It was defended, but he wants to defend it with a pawn. So if take, he can take with a pawn. You have this center and a pawn for the exchange and a weak pawn on g5. So I don't think Niels will take on e4. He would probably play another move. And I'm not sure what. Rook e8, knight f6. A lot of different possibilities.
How does white develop his pieces?
The problem for white is how to develop, yes. But to develop this rook on a1, it's very common to play a4. And then take on b5, try to exchange it, or enter with the rook if there is no rook on a8. So a4 is always a move that white is going to play. And you also have to think about if you want to take on d5 sometimes or not. Now we see that Jobava, he took with the bishop on g4. So he's developing. And without the bishop for white, then you would have problem with this square. And black can also come with rook c8 quick. So let's say, I don't think he will play it, but let's say he took, and the knight takes, then we have all kind of nice moves. What happens if white plays f3? Because then I have to move my bishop. But maybe that's not so bad. Do I want to come here or? Okay, I put it here, and now this pawn again is under heavy attack. So Dronavali, she took on e5. And we know by now that Blomqvist knows what's going on, so he responded bishop c6. Still on 140, like when the game began. So he's just playing on increment. And what do we think about this? Do we like it or are we bored? We like it. We like that he's well prepared.
Is this meaning that he will exchange his queen for rook?
Yeah, we're entering this variation, but if Dronavali doesn't know the variation, it's not completely obvious that you should play knight d5 in this position. It's not, but maybe she will find it.
Bishop e2.
Bishop yes, but it's hanging the queen.
But if she just moves the queen?
She can move the queen, but then we take on d1 maybe. You have to take with the knight going in the wrong direction. And this queen is not trapped, I think.
Queen g1.
Yeah, and we take. It's check. White must take back. Queen exchange, and black has absolutely no problem. Because it's hanging on g2, probably winning. So I think she will probably find, and now we'll see what's the position again. I think she will find this knight d5, or maybe she knows it, but I think you will find it because if she doesn't, she has problem. Queen g1. She didn't know the variation, and now I would be very surprised if Blomqvist moved directly, because now he knows that she played not the main. We could see that knight d5 was the main move. So now we will think. And how should you think when you are surprised with a move?
That it's not good.
You should be happy and think that is not good because I don't know it.
But isn't that part of preparation to look at eventually other
Yes, but that's
candidate moves? So
yeah. If you have a week, you can do it. But normally you know the variation and you know what's been played before, and then when something else is played, you are surprised. But normally you are happy surprised, because this means that this was not the strongest move.
but it's natural if you don't know knight e5.
I'm not sure if it's natural or not, because it doesn't look good. But if you take, now I think you have to take with a knight. And then you have to move the queen and hope it's not trapped. So how do we save the queen? We go here, the bishop comes, we go here. Is this the end of the game? Or is there a way out? We can put the piece on e4, of course, but that looks dangerous. So we have this position, but the queen on h5, still there is a problem with this queen, of course. There is not so many squares. g6 and g4. And if you are very brave, you play g5, but that's not to recommend. The only way to save the queen. Looks normal to take on d1 just to force the knight to d1, but maybe that's the wrong idea. Maybe you can also let the rook stay on d8.
But you didn't capture the queen, you just went back.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but is it I guess it's not trapped, because then this variation would be impossible to play if it was trapped. But is it a perpetual? That's the question. This one is threatened. And again, you can sacrifice, but why? Should this be good at all? So maybe you have to go back. And you cannot play h3 because the bishop on g3 is hanging.
Why not put something on e4?
Black.
Yeah.
But not now,
Why not?
because it's not defended enough.
There's an
Sorry.
Then you have to take on d1 first.
Yes.
In that case, if you want to interpose on e4, you have to take and then place something on e4. But I think that looks dangerous, but maybe it's not. I thought maybe knight c3 or something like this. Of course, you can play f5.
Maybe you have to put the bishop there.
Play bishop e4. Yeah. I would like to take with a rook, but it's not good. I would like to take like this, and then I would like to use this pin, but I think black can always play f5. So I don't have enough. So queen g1, you want to take, and queen take is not possible because g2 is dropping, so you have to take with a knight, and now you have to save the queen. There is also a move like f5, for example, because I cannot take, then the bishop is hanging, but I have a check. But now, can I use this pin, or black always have bishop d6 maybe? For example, if I move, then queen d6 and the rook is threatened, I have no time.
Can you play queen e3 instead? Then after bishop d7, take an e6 and f7.
I thought maybe you would take
Then take with knight.
with a knight, and then I go here
Take an e6.
with,
With the pawn.
okay, and then you want to take with check, and take this one, and mate.
Yeah.
Good plan. Is it working? Maybe it is. Rook d8, knight f5. But then bishop d5. Maybe not. But you have two pawns, but when I put something on d5, then I can later on take this pawn on f7. But what we see is that black is now thinking, as expected. Queen g1 was played, and this was new for Blomqvist. But he has a lot of time to use because he has, how much is it? 1 hour almost, more time than white. So he can take his time, but he didn't. He took on d1, which is, it looks very normal, and Harika had to take with a knight, which he also did, because this one is of course hopeless. Pawn down for absolutely nothing. Maybe f5, oh, the bishop d6. Looks very logical to take and force the white knight to d1, and then Blomqvist played queen g6. Maybe he's still in some...
Seems so.
He's playing very quick. Or he thought this was forced, maybe. And so, white play bishop d3, f5, we are not convinced, but it's a move. Bishop d3, and you can put something on e4, or you can play queen g4. But then you might get trapped. Can I defend the bishop and then play h3 maybe? Let's say I play queen e1 with the idea to play h3. How do I defend against this? Ah, you can take the pawn, good. Then I cannot, because I wanted to play this, but then maybe maybe this is the correct move. Now I'm defending, and again I have this threat. The queen is gone. So maybe on bishop d3, I am forced to put the piece on e4. if I play knight e4, maybe there is a move like, no, not f5, then queen g5 is coming. And now we can also lose. And this would be disappointing for white. So this is the position right now. Queen g6, last move. We take a quick look at the other games. f3 was played by Short, and Gandelius played rook a e8. One more piece coming. Didn't take the rook immediately. Maybe he will take it later. And now maybe a4 to develop the rook. It's one move. So the moves are not so surprising. What's surprising is that they're using so much time to play this variation, because you shouldn't think that Gandelius just can play these moves from memory. And we have this game. After bishop take g4, Elianov played f3. No exchanges, of course. He wants to keep pieces now. And now the bishop has to move. And we have three moves to choose from, I think. h5, h3, or maybe if we want to play bishop d7. Because there is no trick. We cannot take on d5 because it's just a take.
Why is he thinking now? Shouldn't he knew what to do?
No,
when he moved the bishop into g4.
But you cannot have everything prepared when you make your moves. He probably had a plan, but now he wants to check. He thought maybe I have 2 or 3 different moves I can play. All looks interesting. I play the move and I see if he plays f3 or not. Then I think. Okay, I want to go back and see if I can trap the black queen.
It says 0-1 in result.
Yeah, I don't believe. Now it looks better. Okay, let's try another move. I play knight f2, because now this is a threat. So how do I escape? Yeah, but that doesn't. I can play. I can move my knight, and then on bishop d3, I have to play f5, because queen f6, the queen is trapped again. Okay, then I have to play f5. Maybe it's possible to play this, but this pawn looks weak. But white's pieces are very strange. The queen on g1, bishop on g3, the knight on f2. Doesn't look too good. So maybe you can just move your knight to give the queen, or to give the pawn possibility to play f5. So knight f2. Do I have another move? And white needs some tactic against the queen. Because black's position is nice. With a strong bishop on c6 and the rook is coming. No weaknesses. So you have to do something about it. I wonder why black's clock is ticking when it's white's move. Always makes me suspicious. But now white clock is ticking. Jobava, he played bishop d7. And he still has a threat on d5. Two knights hitting d5. Oh, sorry. This arrow was wrong. So what can white do?
Bishop b3.
What?
Knight b3.
You have to move the knight to defend the pawn, maybe. Knight b3 only move in that case. There might be a possibility to play a move like... Okay, I try something. I go knight e6. Hitting the queen and the bishops. You have to take, I assume. Take, and I take back. Hitting the bishop, and we say take. Then I want to take this one. Oh, sorry, wrong bishop. And then I can take the knight. So it's not a sacrifice. Just exchanging. So maybe I can play knight e6. Take, take.
Is it good for white with action?
I just want to avoid losing a pawn. Might be good because the king is still in the center, so. But it will be a queen exchange. So that's normally good for black. Let's say something like this. And take with check. And I move my king. I don't know which direction. About equal, maybe?
He didn't move.
So this is weak and this is weak, so about equal, I guess.
White moved to
I know. He played not knight e6, but he played knight b3, just to defend the pawn, because now it's all defended, and so what can black do? We think rook c8, c4, but maybe you're afraid of this, because I can see he played knight c8. This is of course with a point to placing the knight on d6, blocking this pawn. A very good square for the knight. Not easy to push the knight away from d6.
And if knight c5 now?
Then maybe knight d6. And he can take the bishop, but white has good control. It's a little some pawns that's maybe not so good. but a pair of bishops, of course, for white. So knight c8, quickly played to come to d6. And the knight was not so good on b6, but I wanted to play something like this, but maybe there was no time for this. So knight c8 was played. Short played queen f2 after rook e8. And that was played before, I can see, but now there are not so many games anymore. And now we'll see if they are still in preparation or if they are now playing by themselves. So what do we do after knight c8? Okay, knight c5 is of course one option. So where is white going to play on the e-file to pressure on e7? Because there is not much of an attack on the king side. It's very difficult to break through without the g-pawn. h4, you can play h5 or knight h5, stop the knight, stop with the knight. Bishop h6, not much going on. And he's using a lot of time again, Elyanov, like yesterday. He had big problems with the time yesterday against Blomqvist. Probably the reason why the game was lost in the end. Because they only made 13 moves. I go back to this. I'm still interested in this queen on g6. This is not the knight is on d1 like this. She played knight c3. She went back with a knight, and now I think this is a serious threat, because now you can never place a piece on e4. So if white were to move again, I would play bishop d3. The queen has to move, and I guess I can trap the queen. But of course, black. Sorry? Yeah, but then I have a bishop e2, winning a piece.
Yeah, okay.
So, like this, and if you try, I have this. But of course, black can move, and he will move. What will he do?
king b1,
In this position, it's black to move.
okay,
So knight c3 is played, and this is a threat, winning the queen, I think. So black has to defend against this. And how
Can't
do...
you play like b6 and bishop c5 as a threat back? And
No, it's not work. I play this. And if you go here, for example, I just take it. I think you need space for your queen. You have to move the knight, probably. There is one way, and that's placing the queen on h6, but doesn't look too good. Yes, like this.
He did it in one game.
Yeah. But that's for... We don't like to have our queen on h1, h8. So we have to move the knight, probably. But
to d7.
this, and then bishop d3. But now maybe we can play queen f6. And we don't have a way to trap the queen. Elianov played knight e4 against this knight d6 move, because then he will take it. Black can of course take, and white takes back, and now these pawns are connected, and if he could advance this pawn to e5, it would be good. But it's not possible right now. But maybe black should avoid to take. What can black play? If he doesn't take, what should he do? But white has no immediate threat, I think.
Weak after exchange.
You take on e4 and take back.
And knight d6.
Maybe something like this. And now maybe I should defend this one, or is it possible to play? No. So I might, but this is history now, because Jobava played knight d6 immediately. So now white can take on d6 if he wants to. And then we have a position like this. And now when the e-file is open, black has to castle soon. This is the position, white to move. Black played knight d6.
Why did he choose that?
If it takes and then take queen b4.
Takes, and queen b4. Okay, can I? You want to pick up a pawn. Let's say queen c7 is one move that defends. Queen b8, but that looks a little bit passive.
And then you stop next pawn with bishop e6. You stop everything.
Sorry?
You stop everything with bishop e6.
Yeah, but still, if black castles and rook e8, then you have these weak pawns on the king side. I want to do something more direct if I could, like bishop f4, attacking this one. Looks a little bit more dangerous, maybe.
Rook c8 now.
Rook c8, threatening mate. And if I try to defend, then you just take this one, because then the rook is overloaded. So I have to defend it another way around. Maybe have to play this or what?
Bishop f5.
But now d6 is hanging. So you have to make, and if you have to play bishop f8, doesn't look too good. And I don't see any other way to defend because I rule out king e7 as an option. But who knows? But that looks a little bit too dangerous. So what is the plan after queen b4? Sacrificing? Which pawn? This one, probably? Rook e8, because we have two bishops undefended. This is a pawn. Should we sacrifice? So what is the plan from Jabava? Takes back, and we try this again. We can defend also with queen b8, but that doesn't change much, does it? If I play bishop f4, it's the same problem.
What about sacrificing?
Yes, but
Casting.
what do you want to sacrifice? A pawn?
The pawn. Just casting.
Immediately.
Yeah.
And I take. Oops, sorry. And I take it.
Isn't it too short to take on
And
b7?
c8 or something.
Rook c8,
Yeah.
or maybe
Or bishop f5.
bishop f5, and after exchange, this one is hanging, and the next rook will come to c8,
Yeah.
and it should be compensation. Because we have these two good bishops. So maybe this is the point with black's play.
But there was 94 there on the other.
We will see this, take, bishop f5, the queen is hanging, we say take.
94.
Yeah, but I can take this pawn.
Then I take something.
Maybe just take back. Or do I have queen, bishop d4 then? Okay. Or can I play like this, maybe? And you cannot defend the knight. And then it's equal. Opposite colored bishop again. Now we'll see what happened with Blomqvist. He played bishop knight d7 to get a square for the queen, and he was attacked with bishop d3. Of course, he has a choice. He can play f5, if also a move. This is not, the knight is on c3. How did, so this is the position, and bishop d3. But queen f6 is also possible, and now the rook is hanging. I can't play a stupid move like h4, because if you take, I have trapped the queen. But that's the only point with h4. Okay, I can play knight e4, attacking, and when you take, I can take back with a rook. But this is not the bishop pair to be happy about, because I have knight c5, hitting both of these, and this bishop on g3 is not looking very good. So queen f6 is one move. I don't know if I like this f5, but we have a threat immediately. So the rook must go, and then we should have something quick, because we have a very weak pawn now on e6. So queen f6 or pawn f5.
After pawn f5, you can put bishop on f6 also later.
If I go queen g4, then it's repetition, or what? Queen g4, or else I have to move the rook, but maybe the queen is still in trouble. But difficult choice. In the game, short Grand Elias, nothing is happening. After queen f2, black is still thinking.
Can he take the rook if that goes?
He can take the rook always. Yeah, white wants, because if he take, white takes with a pawn, hits the knight.
And there is
I don't know where to go. Let's say here, and I can play maybe e5 and knight knight e4. We have already one pawn for exchange, so white is quite happy. But of course, sooner or later we will take the rook. Now Blomqvist played the queen f6. So now we'll see. So if we play for a trap, then we play h4, hoping for the queen. But h4 is, of course, a stupid move if black doesn't take the rook.
But why is it stupid? Because then you can play knight c4 and take with the bishop.
Yeah, but h4, don't like it. But what's the choice? What else? If we move the rook back, then black is fine immediately. Or let's say we go back. Is it knight c5 or bishop c5? Bishop b4 maybe? So, okay, we try it. h4, just so we don't have to move the rook.
Bishop c5.
It's not possible because I take. We get 2 pieces for a rook.
Bishop d6.
Yeah, maybe bishop d6. And now there is a threat. We can play queen. Ah, no, sorry. Now the queen can come back, of course. Now the queen has a square. And now we are in deep trouble. So h4 is not the solution. So what should white play? Black is threatening to take, and when we take back, the queen has queen g5 with check. Looks safe enough. Yeah. I think it's difficult for white. The rook is under attack. We have to move it, and we have there is no attack. The queen is not trapped. And black's pieces looks good. The bishop on c6. Maybe bishop c5, bishop b4, the rook c8. Now we have to look what Niels did. Finally, he played knight f6. So he wants to take the rook, but he wants to take it with a knight, probably. He doesn't want to win exchange, he wants to exchange the rook, which is very strange. But he doesn't want the pawn to be on e4, because he wants to use... Sorry? G4. Now I guess there is some sacrifice because you have opened up this bishop. Can I take maybe I can take and play like this and try to go for the h2. Or maybe this is not enough. We will see g4. Of course, g4 is a critical move. What more do we have? We can take on e8, and we can, of course, ignore. But it looks like it's a threat to take on e4. Okay, we take a look at this again. But okay, if I take on e4 with a knight, then I take, and you have to take back. But now I take. Ah, sorry, you have this gun. Ah, that was a heavy blow, of course. So knight f6. So what will black do on g4? Bishop takes h2. Do you have a follow-up?
Yes, material.
we have to do some mathematics. Rook and pawn against two bishops. Yeah, depending on if white can use his rook, then he will have a very good position, of course, with two bishops, but not so clear. And I'm not sure about this variation. We will have to take a look, but maybe something like this is planned by Niels. I'm not sure.
Dylan, you can play bishop d1.
Now,
No?
this move. But this one is not defended. That's the problem. I can just take.
Yeah.
No, because I take the bishop.
Yeah.
It's not defended, this
Sure,
bishop.
sure.
Now we'll see what Harika, she played knight e4. A threat against the queen. Have to take, and rook takes back because the rook was attacked. So now, in a short moment only, I guess, white has the bishop pair against bishop and knight. But if black wants, he can play knight c5 with a threat, and he can take the bishop later on if he wants. Because now there is no problem with this, but maybe he can find something even better. But this also looks totally okay for black. Now we are coming with the tricks. I can see that this is not possible, and we take the queen. And this is a threat. And this is no defense. So we have to play something like rook d4 or queen d4. I guess queen d4. And we have some I like this, but maybe it's too simple. Not enough problems for white. I'm not sure. I have to move the rook, let's say to d4, just to take a look at the position like this. I think this one looks bad on g3, but maybe it's not enough for black. One problem is that we cannot play rook c8 because the queen is coming. Elyanov, he didn't play this. Take on d6, but he played knight b to c7. And now, is there a threat? Is this a threat to take on d6, and when he takes back to take on b7? Or is this knight? No, it's not trapped. I can always come to a5. So this is of course good to use this knight on b3 because it was not doing much on this square, and now it's a little bit more active. He can take on b7, he can take the bishop on d7, and also defending e4. But now he's down under 30 minutes. g4, did we solve this problem? We did not. Or bishop takes h2, was possible, of course, and I managed to drop my queen in this variation, which was a little bit embarrassing. Let's say I try this again. Oh, sorry. It should be like this. How is this position? As white, I would like to defend this pawn on g4 because it's good at blocking. But when I defend, I'm afraid of this move, and my rook and bishop is paralyzed. So there is no time for this move, I think. So take. And if I take, is this okay for black or not? I'm not sure. This is not possible because of check. And if I go here, I would like to play rook e8. So I'm not sure if this is good or bad. If white can enter with a rook and start to play for an attack, then he will be very promising for white, because these bishops are extremely strong. g4, what else? If I take, let's say I try this again, take, and I take like this. And now white must move the queen. Oh, I guess we have to defend on h2 somehow. Let's try. I try this move. I can take with check. And now the knight on g4 is hanging. And if I take on e4, I am helping white to develop, because the knight is coming to e4. When it's in play, I can knight e3 now, then I have to take, and now I would like to move my knight. But my king is a little bit open. Looks good for black, or? So now we must be careful, because now I'm going to drop my queen again, probably, if I not. Knight f3 check, maybe. I have to play this maybe, but then bishop g3. So this is dangerous. White is playing without the rook on a1, and the bishop on c1 is not doing much. So on g4, we want to just take it. We take with the bishop, and we take with the knight. And then we only have one pawn for the piece, but we are winning this one for sure.
And if rook takes and king f5?
Rook takes g4, check. This looks very, very dangerous for white with the rook on e8. I guess I can give a check, because this is not possible. because of this one. Winning the queen. So then he has to go back, and now this must be winning somehow. Check if you take this one. Again winning the queen. So g4, we probably can sacrifice g4. So white should probably do something else. But what then? If we don't play g4, black is threatening to take on e4. And this helps black a lot, because this rook on f8 was not doing anything, and now it's developed and we have this file to play on. For example, a move like bishop d3 and then entering on this square would be fantastic. So this is a very critical position in this game. Let's see what happened with Elyanov. Jobava, after knight c5, just castled, finally. Elyanov took on f6 with check, bishop took back, and then knight e4. So now hitting especially the bishop on f6. And if black takes, white takes with a pawn. And now these pawns are not so weak anymore because they are in one group. And maybe I can play bishop d4, trying to play e5.
Varför tog man inte bonden på E6 tidigare, varit innan?
Wait, what pawn?
Nej, springan menar jag. Varför tog man inte springan på E6 istället? Där, varför gjorde han inte
He
det?
could have
En
taken
dålig bonde där, fan det?
take, but the knight is maybe in big trouble.
Nej, han kan gå där.
And now I come with my rooks. Maybe I have taken a pawn that black doesn't want, because with two rooks here
Okej.
and one bishop.
Men isolerade bonden inga problem?
No, isolated pawns, they are a problem when they are on an open file. But this one on d6 is covered behind the d5 pawn. The bishop went back to g7, and now Elyanov is trying to exchange the bishop. So he played bishop d4. He wants to exchange the bishop to make the black king a little bit more unsafe, and also his own king a little bit more safe. So with the queen on d4, and then maybe start to try h4, h5, something. But he has only 26 minutes left for 22 moves, and Jobava is still playing in high speed. So rook c8 was played. Now let's see what Short played. He took on e8. Black, of course, took with a rook. And then he played knight f1. This knight helping to defend, but more important, he wants to move his bishop on c1. And after he has moved the bishop on c1, he wants to come with a rook. Try to exchange as much as possible because he's a pawn up. This knight can also come to e3 maybe, but he's developing, and black must create counter chances. And maybe now with the knight on f1, maybe g4 can be a threat. Probably not, because there is still a lot of black pieces coming for the white king, but it could be that g4 is a threat. You would love to play this and then enter with a rook on e2, but this will not be allowed. After bishop d3, you could play, for example, this to stop the rook from entering. You cannot allow a rook on e2. And in this game, they have now made 20 moves, and Grandelius is down to only half an hour left, and short of 56 minutes. I hope it's correct. Yes, 33. In the other game, Harika against Erik, nothing has happened after rook takes e4, because now it's important for Blomqvist to find the correct continuation. Maybe he can play for an advantage somehow. Elyanov, he took on g7, the king took back, and now h4, h5 is one possibility. You have this check, but maybe you should not use it immediately. You can save it. But maybe black wants to place his queen, and then we don't have a check anymore. So you can give this check just to see the reaction from black. Now he came with h4 immediately without giving this check. Because he wants to play h5, of course, he wants to take, and he wants to enter with the queen. And if he wants to play like this, then you cannot give the check. Okay, black, should he play h5? Stop the pawn. What else if he doesn't stop? If he plays h5, then you would like to prepare some sort of sacrifice. Is it rook g1, maybe?
Why not h6?
h6, I was afraid that he might take on g5.
King h8.
King h8.
No, actually.
Queen.
Yeah, this is not good.
In king h7,
Bishop
bishop, yeah, and on f5 we have this. And this is always mate. You don't have to calculate, you know it. So maybe this is all too dangerous. But of course, black can take this one, so we don't have a sacrifice, and then play this, maybe. but still the king is a little bit unsafe. Quite hot today. We have sun in Malmö today. Mm. Aha, we like it.
Ja, visst. Det är
Ah, okay, I don't.
inte värme.
It's too hot.
Can you play a move as black as bishop f5?
Bishop f5. Yeah. You want to defend a little and you want to have some attack. Absolutely.
Han Nigel Short, han har spelat VM-final.
Sorry?
Han spelar VM-final. Nigel Short
Om han har,
spelar VM-final.
Nigel Short played a match for the championship title in 1991, 2 something against Kasparov
Okej, så han kan.
and lost.
Ja.
But still,
But if you take bishop takes,
I want to give a check and then take back. And now we have attack. We have come to a standstill almost. Niels, thinking after knight f1, 26 minutes left for 20 moves. And that's okay, but the thing is, the first 15 moves he could play in 1 minute. So for these 5 moves, he has used a lot of time. And I think it's time to speed up a little, maybe. And also in this game, Blomqvist is still thinking, but he has a lot of time because he was playing preparation for almost 20 moves. So he has time he has saved time. So h4, and now it's important for Jobava to stop the white attack. He didn't stop the attack. He played queen b6. So what's his point? We want to play h5, of course, because that was the point with playing h5 we want to play, of course. But is there a threat?
knight s5, I'm putting on queen f3.
What do you want? Knight
f5, and then queen f3.
to exchange. Okay, I take this one, then you have to take back. And now I don't have time for anything, and this one is also defending. And the good thing for black with queen b6 is that this queen d4 check is also stopped, or not stopped, but then we exchange queens, and there will never be a mate without the queens. Okay, we go for Niels, because he played g4. He's trying to win this square for the knight, I guess. Or win some white squares, at least. So what can short do? He can play knight e3, for example. But he was playing this, defending, and also covering this e2 square. So the rook cannot enter. And if we take, I guess he will take with the bishop. And now he's still a pawn up. He has some threats. And these pawns are not so good. So there is a lot of tricks for black, but if he doesn't break through, he will have a very bad position. So bishop d1, defending f3, and covering e2. And now black must create something quick, because white wants to develop. Play the bishop, and the rook we can develop with this move, a4, and take, and try to enter with the rook the other way. Okay, so what's Niels' idea? Should we take, and try something like, we try this. I can take if I want. I'm just trying this, and I take the knight. Do I have anything?
Under control.
Is it a mate or not? Sorry?
White has queen d5.
But it's in this position. It's black to move.
At the next position, next move is white.
Yeah, you want to give a check next time. Because I wanted to take this one.
That goes in the 6-1.
That was too much, maybe. So bishop d1. Maybe we should not take on f3. We might only be helping white. But what else to do? If we don't take, what do we do? Okay, he took. And now he has to play a little bit quicker, because he has only 23 minutes left, 24 minutes for 18 moves. So there is no time to take these long things. He has to act. And I guess you should take with a bishop on f3. Oh my God. Short took with the bishop, and now Niels, what are you doing? Knight g4, bishop g4. You must have something planned. Or I hope you have something planned. Just a quick, because after queen b6, Elianov played king b1 to get out of this check. And then Jobava played h5. He stopped h4. And back to Niels again. He played knight g4. What's the threat? Because it's not even a threat to take on f2, because the queen on h5 is also undefended. But maybe I can, let's say if black took again, we have maybe a check, and then we can somehow enter with a rook. take, knight g4. And white should move the queen. If you take, then you always have compensation with all these white squares. But where should I put my queen? Let's say I go here, then this. Bishop e3. Then we have to calculate what's going on. I take the queen. You take the queen. Can also back again, maybe? Threatening? Yeah. You only defend, and you're still a pawn up. So it's possible, bishop e3. Okay, if I move my queen, I go queen h3, for example, maybe queen g6. Don't know, because now the queen is under attack again. Queen g2, not possible. I take and take the bishop. And I assume that this is always some compensation. I will come around with my bishop. So I have to move my queen, and then we will end up on d2, I guess. And I try. I take, and is this working or not? Yeah, I wanted to play queen take f5, but I now see you have queen g2, maybe. Because I was hitting, but now I don't see defense after this move. If I take, no. Not really. Okay, Short had the same idea, but he stopped with the bishop on d2, so then it will not be hanging. We can take the queen, but he will take, and we don't have a follow-up, because the rook cannot enter. That's the problem. We don't like to exchange queens. So if you move the queen, we can also go to g6. Maybe it's possible, but then you can play queen g2. Because the point with bishop d2 is that if I go here, now it's possible to play queen g2, and if I take, there is no bishop to take anymore. And then rook e1, exchange, this one, and white is still a pawn up. So we need something extra, and we need it now. But what is it? We have some moves in the game between Elyanov and Jobava. You remember this? Rook h5, and then rook g1 was played, hinting at an attack against the king. But in the other game, Dronavali against Blomqvist, we have had this position for, it feels like an hour, but it's only half an hour. Nothing is going on, probably. I don't understand why the knight c5 looks natural, but we will wait and see for this move coming. So we go back to Grandelius. He's now down to 20 minutes. And we cannot really see how he's going to play. Okay, I move the queen. White move the queen. And now what? Because we're about to lose one more pawn. I'm gonna move like this, maybe rook e1. So what will Niels do? Now down under 20 minutes, 16 minutes more, 16 moves to play. Sorry, there is hello. I said, right now it's black to move.
But if you just put the white rook on e1, I guess I have an idea.
Okay, so I have to move my queen.
No, the queen is there. I thought rook e6. Just to accept. No, but then the variation that doesn't work. No, if queen is fine. Rook e6, yeah.
Rook e6.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's now rook e1. Now you can take the rest.
Now I can take on.
And then you win the pawn off the table.
How do you want to play something like this?
Yeah.
And you,
You can exploit it somehow.
yeah.
So white comes. Take the rook to e1.
So you want to make almost a waiting move.
Some kind of a
But it's probably not so easy, and I say it because I see the time ticking down.
and c5.
You want to play c5? Because if I take, then you want to take the queen and take this one. And now you have some threats. Yeah, c5. Absolutely. Also good that we don't drop this pawn. He moved Blomqvist and played rook c8. Okay, so what did he calculate? he was of course is of course this move, because this pawn is not possible to take. So what is he planning to do on this? Let's say knight c5. Because knight c5 now we don't have rook d4 because it's just dropping. There is no queen on g1 anymore. So you have to play rook e3. And now maybe there is some very strong queen d4, because now we are threatening the rook and also a check and taking the queen. So
there is a threat towards d3 as well.
yeah, so this one is probably just winning immediately for black. So it's not possible to take on a7. But he must have calculated other variations, because this variation didn't take half an hour.
Why is it impossible? I mean, with rook c4.
Yeah, but now you get a very bad, or maybe b5. And then I can take the rook, okay. But maybe again, queen d4, but then you can take the bishop. b4, rook c4. This and this. Take it. Yeah, maybe it's possible. It looks extremely dangerous for white. But maybe it's possible to play like this. Now Niels he played bishop e4. He wants to exchange the white squared bishop and then try to use the white squares for the rook or the queen or the knight. But what about rook e1? Is he going to play f5? And what about take on rook e1? Ah, the queen. Sorry, the queen is still under attack. So we have, sorry. Yes, it was not in this. So I have to move my queen first. Rook e1 is possible, of course. And what about Elyanov? Rook g1, knight f5, defending, bishop d3. You want to take this knight, and then Jobava played bishop b5. He wants to exchange these bishops to have a safe knight on f5. And Elyanov is down to 15 minutes. I should check. Yes, 15 minutes. So, problem with the time also today, like yesterday. So let's say we sorry, you are. Sorry,
There's a camera.
sorry, there is a camera. So let's say we play. What if I play simple and I try to exchange this knight? Because I'm also threatening on h5. But this just equal or? So we will see Elianov took on b5. Is there any point to take with a pawn? Probably not. Should be to, maybe the queen is better on this diagonal. I took with a pawn. So should white try to exchange the knights?
D6.
D6. I don't. What do I play on this move? Queen G5 or what?
Maybe.
I have to move my queen, and now my threat is to take on E7 or maybe take the knight on F5 or maybe take the pawn on H5. I played Queen G7, Queen G5 immediately. So now there is a threat against F5 and H5. How do we defend? One simple way is to move the king, of course. But if we go here, yeah, maybe D6, because we have also knight F6 if it takes with a pawn.
Why not counter with knight e6?
Sorry?
Why not counter with knight e3 instead of king h7?
What do you want to play?
Knight e3.
Knight E3. This one is not defended. If I give a check, 6 take. But if I just move, not sure. I think this looks dangerous, but maybe it's what's needed.
Rook D3.
Yeah, maybe you can take on C2. I would like to sacrifice my exchange or play something like Queen E5 check. Do I have something direct?
Is white better in this position?
Impossible to say. Concrete variations, you have to calculate who is better. This could be a dangerous attack and it could be nothing. We don't know.
I don't think that works. After knight e3, queen e5.
I thought maybe,
I don't care.
but maybe I can play like this and sacrifice. And you have one more rook. But then I couldn't calculate this. But now I can because I see I'm lost. Because this one and this one. So it's a little bit of a problem that this queen is always hitting the rook on G1. Harika didn't take on a7, of course, it's too dangerous. She played king b1. It's very good to get out of this pin when the knight arrives at c5, for example. And also, if we now play knight c5, for example, rook c4, then we don't take this bishop with check. So now there is a pin down to c8, and we cannot escape it with check, like we could with the king on c1. So what now, Erik? What do you do? He could, of course, save this pawn on a7, a6 or b6 or something like this. Bishop c5 also possible, of course. But I don't think you want the bishop on c5. It's a knight you want to activate. Now we'll see what's happened. Short took on g4. Niels took back, and now I think there is always compensation with this strong bishop. The problem is that he's now in a pin. Should he play rook e6? He wants to put his bishop on d5 without losing his rook. There is a lot of endings you can play in the marshal with the pawn down, but with good bishops. But normally, you don't have these two weak pawns in the endgame. That's also a problem for black. But the first thing is to try to solve this pin. Okay, we try. Rook e6, for example, to have the rook defended. And white. What would white play? Yeah, or maybe is this a move or not? Trying to exchange this bishop, and then maybe knight e3 when the bishop is a little bit more active. And if you take, I just want to take with the queen, and now it looks good. Still you have this good bishop, but
You can
the pieces are dropping off.
queens and rook.
No, I have this,
The bishop is hanging fifth.
yeah. But still, I think it was good for Niels that this exchange took place. the white squared bishop is gone, and now because now there is always some compensation with this strong bishop on e4. But he needs to keep the queen to use these white squares maybe. And now Erik played knight c5. One move later than I thought. I thought you should play it immediately, but maybe it's better to play it now. The rook is attacked, so we have to move it. And I'm not sure I want to take with the pawn on d3, but we have some option. We have rook c4 as one option to pin the knight. And we can, of course, also defend. But if we play this, maybe this is an irritating move. Because we also have this threat. So maybe rook e3 is actually bad. And rook
You
c4.
have to play something like Queen C1 and it's look bad.
Yeah, don't like it.
Knight 84, Queen C1. Looks very boring.
Bishop a3.
Beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful, but is it good? But maybe it is. I take, check, come here, and you have to have some discovered check. And you have, but maybe it's only good for a draw. Yeah, but you have this maybe, and back and forth. So it was beautiful, but maybe not winning. And we'll see Niels, he did play rook e6 to defend his rook.
Bishop F4.
Yeah, but that was my suggestion, and I don't even know if it's a correct move. But I think black just want to play bishop d5, exchange the rook, and maybe white has to do something with his pawns, and it's very difficult to use this extra pawn in all endgames. Many endgames are drawn. But still there is only two results, draw or win for white in these endgames. And how is the time? It's no good. 12 minutes. 12 minutes left for Cadels.
So how did you respond on Bishop F4?
Now we see he played bishop f4, and we have no response yet.
He played Bishop F4.
He played bishop f4 now.
That was your move.
It was Short's move, actually. Should we play bishop d5? If we take on f4, of course, white's pawns are also separated, but we don't want to exchange too much. And suddenly we have this bishop against the knight ending with a pawn down. That's not what we want. It's a pity we cannot play this, because the bishop is hanging. It's not defended. So for example, an ending like this, we don't want to play. Because then we are a pawn down and we suffer with the bishop against his knight. And this is not enough. But is there a threat? Yes, I guess it is. If white were to move, he could take on e4. The rook takes back, and you take on d6. Of course, you have to think about rook e2, because that could easily be made. But here maybe we are winning. At least we have a draw, but we are probably winning. Yes, we don't this. So what can you can also move the bishop, of course.
Bishop d2, knight d2.
Yeah, I don't like to move. Also knight e3 or whatever.
If the bishop move, isn't bishop e5?
Yeah,
And then they queen f4.
we don't like this. So he has some problems, Nils, and also the time is a problem. But he played bishop f8, and I can see that he has less than 10 minutes. So what happened here? Harika, she played rook d4 on knight c5. Can we can take, of course, on d3, but that might not be so much. Maybe it is nothing special for black, but it looks good for black somehow. With the queen on g1 and bishop on g3, it looks very strange. Sorry? b5. You want to play knight a4, and if it takes, you want to have something. But of course, this is a little bit risky. Can we do something a little bit more? Let's say we play a6 and then b5, for example.
Can white take b5?
Not sure.
Bishop c4 looks good.
But then knight a4
And bishop d3.
and this.
Aha.
We are,
Some problems there.
there's a pin. So it's not so easy. Maybe we cannot take it. And if we cannot take it, then we don't have to play a6, of course. And the point with b5 is that we want to play this move, hinting at a mate and also this move.
Why don't we want to exchange the knight?
Because if we take, maybe white's life is easy and she will make an easy draw. Maybe. I think black wants to do some tricky moves. More time, and he wants to win. Let's see what happened. Jobava took with a pawn, queen g5 was played. Jobava played queen c7. threatening c2, so c3 was played. And it was not possible to take the knight because of check. And then I can take the rook, because the rook is needed to pin. And then it's winning for black. So there was no time to take the knight. You have to play c3 to defend. But now again, this is a threat, or this.
So the king should move.
Maybe the king should move, but Jobava will probably find some tricky move that.
Queen e5.
Queen e5, I can take this pawn maybe. Maybe it's possible. And then you take on h4.
Queen e5, d6 maybe.
I take, just to see. And you want to take on
Knight
takes d6.
Queen e3.
No,
I thought it would check. I'm sorry. D6 is interesting.
yeah. So it's tricky. Let's say we play king h7. Can I play d6? I have an idea. I want to take with a rook, and I want to give a check. Do I have more than a draw? I'm not sure.
h5.
Yeah, maybe h5. But I had a draw.
Queen c5.
Always feels
Queen
nice.
c5, knight d5.
Queen e7.
Queen e7, but
And take on g6.
then it takes on f6.
Yeah, take on f6.
I would like to give a check, but I've put the pawn on h5. Okay.
But what happens,
No, it's not.
What happens on queen, knight e8, then he takes me the rook, because I don't takes me the queen, then king h6 and queen f6, but he takes me the rook.
But still, it's not mate.
It's not mate. Aha. Tricky guy.
We will see. But I think there is an attack against the black king. What did Niels play? He played bishop f8, white played b3 to safeguard these pawns when bishop d5 are playing, and now queen g6 from Niels. So is this bishop so strong that he has a compensation for one pawn? Okay, we try one move. Should we try knight d2, for example? We want to take, and if it goes here, then maybe c4 is possible. And the bishop is in trouble. So where do I go?
Queen E3.
And then we have to fight in this ending. And take an opposite colored bishops. Like yesterday. And if the knight goes away, we go and fetch this one. What else? Knight d2 is natural move. What more? Bishop e5. What do you want to play? Rook e3. What's the idea? You want to come?
Doesn't change so much. Could be the same exchange on the 6.
Maybe just bishop e1 is good enough to exchange some pawns or block them at least.
Bishop e5.
Bishop e5, you want to play? Yeah. Looks like a knight move, but it's not so easy. So maybe Niels has enough to make a draw. It's possible. In the other games, no move made. Yes, now knight d6 was played. You want to stop d6. And exchange the knight. But now, what about this pawn on... Is this a free pawn?
Then maybe e4.
Or maybe move like this. How do I defend this and also this?
But there was rook e4.
Should I take? Take. And what move? Rook d4. Like this. Ah, G. G4. Sorry. Yeah. And now you can drop your queen if you want. No, I'm defending. Lucky. I dropped the rook. Okay, so why can't you take on h5? What's the point with black's play? Don't really see it. Take. Sorry?
Rook takes to 6.
Rook take g6. This looks dangerous. Because rook f6 just take. Okay, so there is a big threat. So what?
Maybe take an e4 first.
You have to take, and it takes back, and b4. Because now there is no check.
What about this old move, queen f4?
But there is also queen g4 as an answer. But this maybe is good because I cannot take. Or maybe I can now. No, I cannot take. Because if I take, I lose.
No, no.
Oh, sorry, the queen is defending. My god, then I can take. If I want to.
But then there's rook a8.
Yeah. Or I can just maybe take this one.
Rook a8 is first.
Yeah, but
a3.
A3 then it's draw.
a3 then it's a draw, yes.
We need 5.
I can start with a check, maybe. So this is very sharp. And the other games, Blomqvist, as expected, tried something tricky. Bishop d8. There must be something with bishop b6 and but queen e3 was played. So now bishop b6, is it what is it, queen e5?
Couldn't you take on e5? No, it's not check on b3, sorry.
So this is the position, and now Blomqvist, with all his time, is now also on 15 minutes. So he has used a lot of time the last two moves, trying to be tricky. Now we'll see what Elyanov played. He played rook d4, stopping b4 forever, and guarding e4. And in this game, no move yet. Yeah, no, knight d3 was played, I cannot. Knight d3, and bishop g7. And it's not easy for white to find a plan. He has a pawn up, but what is his? You would like to play you would like to play c4, but then the d4 is dropping, and now you have to watch out for moves like b4, for example. The bishop coming to d4. and Blomqvist played bishop b6. And now there is a simple threat just to take the bishop, exploiting this pin. So we must move our rook or the queen.
Queen e5.
Let's see, do we have anything else? We also have rook c4.
Aha.
It's possible, but then maybe some,
What?
then we can take c5. But so there are some queen e5, rook c4, but we have to address this threat. Okay, short played queen d2 to defend these pawns. So now we cannot play c5 because it's possible to take, or d5 or whatever. So this was a good move to protect these pawns. So no c5. And now black should do, is it a good, should we go play h5, h4? Queen h5. Okay, we understand. Queen f3 with some interesting ideas. So the point of this is to get white to play queen f2, because then you go back. No, maybe you don't. Maybe you play c5. Sorry? Yeah, or b4. Some just to break these pawns. So queen h5, and you cannot allow the queen to come to f3, I guess. Rook f1 maybe.
I can't allow that. You just play knight e2 and then we'll keep it.
Sorry? You want?
We can't allow that. I mean, you just, if black plays queen f3, you just play knight e2 and then
Yes, but you don't want your knight on g2.
if you want it on f4.
Maybe.
So, queen f3, knight c2, did you say that?
G2.
G2.
But now it's white to move, so white can do, but he says that this is not a threat because of this, but I'm not so sure I agree. Because now maybe something like b4, and then it's crashing. Not crashing position, but the pawn structure is crashing. He played rook f1, not allowing the queen to enter, and the rook is not doing much on the e-file anymore, so maybe it's as good here. And now Niels has to find a way to place no c5 then d5. Queen c4, rook c4 was played by Harika, pinning the knight. And what's the plan from black now? Because this is a threat.
Is that going to rook c6?
but there is no threat.
Maybe knight a4 is a threat.
Maybe. So I have queen e5. But still it's okay for black always. Now we take a look at this, because we had this rook d4 from Elyanov. Jobava moved his king to defend against queen take h5, and then Elyanov took on d6. It's just coming with his pawn, f4, f5. Okay, who do you take, with the queen or with the pawn? Let's say the queen. f4, f5 is one.
Maybe rook c4, black.
I'm just pushing.
Just take.
Also possible to play rook b4 to try to get to this very weak pawn. Rook c6 was played, but we come back for this one. He played rook e4, attacking e7. I see some other
Rook e6.
because you cannot take it, but I don't know what I take.
No, rook e5. But then there's a check. Okay.
But okay, that's the same problem in this position, maybe.
Check.
Okay, but if he should play a move like this, then we are ready for this move, because now he cannot take. Because if he takes, it's mate.
You take on e7 after rook d8.
Okay, you have to defend the pawn. And then we play rook e6.
I mean,
Yeah, you mean like this? Yeah.
But can you play rook c5 instead?
Just to show, this looks like a problem. So rook e4, it's dangerous because it's threatening this and this.
What if the black plays rook c5?
Rook c5. Okay, now we shall. We could try this. Sorry?
e6.
I want to take this one.
Yeah.
But maybe you can just move his king. But still looks a little bit dangerous. Or maybe I could find something stronger, like this, for example. Okay, how do we defend with black?
Rook c5, continue. And then rook d8.
Rook?
d8. And then rook
But
e7.
now maybe I take, because now f7 is dropping. This is very dangerous for black. How do we defend? How do we defend? I see no defense. You have to give the pawn on e7. It's not possible to defend it because this and this looks. Yeah, because if I take, then you can take this one. So maybe you have this move. Okay, so not winning immediately.
Is it allowed to suggest move if you cheat it?
No, it's not allowed. So maybe rook e5 and. But this is not a threat with the queen on d6. Now it says rook c7 and 1-0, but I don't believe it. We have seen this before. So I guess it's only a move that has been played. Rook c7. And then the idea must be rook e6, queen h2, and I cannot sacrifice on g6 because of queen takes g1. So what else? Maybe f4. Because now maybe this is a threat, because now there is no queen h2 anymore. And also f5 could be a move. So maybe f4.
Queen f6.
Queen f6, trying to. But how is this ending? I can take, but it's not so clear maybe, because I think you can play rook c4 or rook c5. Not so impressive. So rook c7. Let's take a look what Niels is up to. We had this position, queen d2, queen h5, rook f1. Then he went back with the bishop to g6. And now the knight cannot move because then we enter. h4, back again. Waiting. And how is the time? He has 8 more moves to make, or is it 7? 7 more moves 3 minutes. And in the other game, rook c4, rook c6, and now Harika moved the bishop to e2. So now Erik cannot not longer take the bishop. But what about knight a4? But it's just nothing anymore.
De visade Nigel Shorts sista drag där inne.
Sorry?
Nigel Shorts sista drag visades inte på skärmen här.
Ja, det är på 3 också.
Ah, okay, so there may be a bit.
Vad var Shorts sista drag? Vi kan aldrig se den skärmen inne i tavlan.
h4 maybe. Bishop e4. And I guess this is the position.
Ja,
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
drag innan alltså.
But what now? He's going to play. What does he want? White, or maybe he has no idea really. Should he play the king to h2, but that's no help? Or maybe black is just too active. With all these white squares, it's almost impossible for white to do anything. The knight is doing a good job protecting, but not more. If white wants to win, he has to play something with c4 and d5, but then he's opening up for the other bishop on g7. f4 was played by Elyanov, so now he wants to play rook e6. Okay, we had this idea. Maybe we should not take, I'm not sure.
There was perhaps also rook c4.
No, immediately, rook c4.
Yes.
With the idea rook e6, and you just want to take.
Yes.
Queen e4 check. That's a good reason not to take. And if I take e7 maybe? Because I have this. I cannot take on h4 because of this. So then I will be a pawn up, probably, with a good position.
Can black play rook e8?
Rook d8, yeah, maybe. I also like
Isn't better to play rook e8 first before they play queen f6?
rook d8. So what do we have? Rook e6. You want to take f5. Queen f6 maybe. What do we do?
Take on e6.
Take on g6.
There was
Ah.
there was queen takes as well for black.
Is this mate? Yes. We are very lucky that this rook is on d8. We will see. It's tricky. It's very tricky. Now we'll see because now Short played queen d1. So now he's going for an ending. And there was a queen. Oh, he has not taken. Yes, with the rook. But still, all the white squares, and the bishop is strong, and white should somehow try to use his pawns, but it's very difficult to to win. But of course he can try. And with the time trouble also, now Jobava played rook g8. So probably there were some nasty threats. Because now rook e6 is of course not possible, because now g6 is defended. Rook e1 played by Eleanor, threatening just to take. Okay, we take a quick look at the other games, because now the moves are coming in a little bit faster. There was played rook e8. Let's see. And king f2. Nothing special, but Niels is down on the clock.
Which would be the ideal square for the white knight?
For the white knight, maybe it is on the ideal square, I don't know. c5 to take. h5 played by Niels, trying to block, maybe wants to come with a king. And in the game Dorna Valley against Blomqvist, we had a few more moves. Rook c6 was the last move we saw, and bishop e2, queen d8 was played, rook d4, knight d7, and now bishop b5. So what's going on here? Why can I not just take? But then there is a threat. And if I want to defend, I have to play this, and now maybe f5. What's happening? Take on d4. Rook c7. e5. No. f5. I can just take. It's a pin. Queen. Ah, I'm going to get mated. Very unlucky. Because there is a mate on the back rank. So this is the position.
Also, rook d6 now.
Who is pinning who?
But he took. What's the problem with this rook d6? It looks extremely strong. Of course I can sacrifice my queen, but looks bad. What else can I do? Very strange. After rook d6, it's threatening to win the rook for free. This was very strange indeed. Instead, Blomqvist took on d4, queen d4, and played queen b6. Also very, very strong, because we cannot take, for example, this always mate. We have to, okay, but then we take, and we have this. And it will be an exchange up. Okay, now we know why he didn't play rook d6, because he saw this variation instead, which looks winning, or directly. I see no defense. So all his tricky play was rewarded, maybe. She took. He will take with a rook. And now we cannot take on d7 because of rook d6. So some other move, a4 maybe. Because now the knight is under a threat. But we, for example, we can play rook d6, playing with an exchange up. Looks like Erik Blomqvist will win his second game. And what happened here? We had rook e1, Jobaba played rook g7. And f5 was played.
He fianchettoed his rook.
He fianchettoed his rook. That's not... Okay, we can drop the queen. So we cannot take on d5. And with the rook on g7, a lot of endings is completely lost, of course. With the rook ending and so on. With the rook on g7, it takes 2 moves to activate the rook again. And they are almost equal on time. 8 more moves to make. And in the game short against Grandelius, we had this, and now the pawns are activated. And then Niels played bishop f8. I guess with the idea, d5, he want to put his bishop on c5. And then maybe take on e3 and play with opposite colored bishops and make a draw. Three more moves to make, 1 minute left for black. And Harika tried c4, defending the bishop. Rook d6 was played, and then f5, trying to win the knight on d7, but we must find a square for the rook. Must be possible. Of course, we can also play e5.
Is the time correct?
In this game?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I play e5? Of course, white can take a pawn, but this is probably winning for black. Maybe rook e7 and rook e2 or something like this. e5 was played.
Isn't that just giving away a pawn?
Yeah, but he was forced because the rook couldn't leave the knight undefended. But if white wants to win the pawn, white has to take on d7, and then this is a very bad ending. Because the rook is dominating. In the short game, after bishop f8, short played g4. Now he is creating a free pawn on the h file. But Niels played bishop e7, wants to take this one. So what do we have? King g3 maybe. One problem for black is that he cannot play rook b8 because the bishop is covering, but white cannot play rook b1 because this one. So the b file is impossible to use right now. So what's going on with our tournament leader, Jobava? He is down to under 1 minute after f5. All kinds of problems. Yeah, rook c5, hitting this one. So now white must find a way to win a pawn or something. Let's say I've tried this move. Maybe this or what? Maybe take with the queen. My idea was to play something like f6, but we have to look up for counter checks. So maybe this one was no good. Yeah, on this board, but not in reality. Now it says 2. Okay, this is the more realistic. 250. About 2 minutes each after rook c5. Oh, sorry. Took on g6. Jobava took back with a pawn, and now it's possible to take on e7, but you can also just defend. This was what he played. And what should black play? Yes, this very passive rook on g7. And rook f7 is not the move because of rook e6, and then take on g6. Can he play? Can I play queen f6? Maybe. Maybe queen f6. He played queen f6. Yeah, because
he just exchange and then play rook e7.
but we just take and take. This is not so clear. No, too easy. So let's see what happened with Blomqvist. It was this f5, e5 was played, king c2, a6. He's actually forcing white to win this pawn. But then he's coming with a rook to e7. Bishop d3, check,
Oh,
and take. And white is running with the pawns, but this will not work, of course. We put our king here somewhere and we stop it, and then we go with the rook and collect this one. And now they have made 40 moves, so now they have got their extra 50 minutes. And black is winning. And Niels, after bishop e7, short took on h5. Bishop took on h4, king e2, and bishop f6. So still one pawn up for short, but the bishops are strong. But he has managed to create a passed pawn also on the king side. And maybe he can use his rook on the g file. They have also made 40 moves. So this is the the only move that's still in time trouble. Queen g3 was played. And if my clock is correct, it was played with 2 seconds left on the clock, which seems a little bit too dramatic. So we didn't want to exchange queens because that was not winning this ending. But now maybe black can activate his very passive rook. But he tried rook c4. The point is you want to take on h4, but also play rook g4 to cover this pawn. And now Elyanov, again with very little time, played rook g5. So now he's protecting this pawn, and you're also covering this square. And he probably want to play rook e6 later on. He must make a square for his king somehow. B4, yes, before, or else white would have played a3, but now it's too late. So,
did you play?
sorry?
Did you play?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so.
Yes.
So now black will get his counterplay against the white king. Elyanov was not in time to safeguard. He took on b4. Maybe he takes back, threatening mate. And if we play b3, we will have big problems to cover our king later on. It will always be very open. But he played b3, no choice. Again played with very little time. Rook d4 played. Want to come to d2 and again mate. So now I'm not sure that white is even better, because white's king is weaker than black's king. So maybe he is again losing control over the game, Elyanov. Looks like it. So how do I protect myself? He played rook g1. So what's his idea? Rook d2, of course, is a threat. But we can play queen e5 or rook e5. This was move 39 from white, so he has to make one more move before he gets his additional 50 minutes. Jobba is going, he has to play 2 more moves. Rook d2, the expected move, threatening mate in 1. We have to play rook e5 or queen e5. He played queen e5.
Queen f2.
Yeah, but what about rook takes h5? Because I cannot take, then it's mate. So I have to go here, and then we maybe have one more check. And it's not so fun anymore. So maybe he cannot play queen f2. He can of course exchange queens, but he can also let white take on f6 and take back with a pawn.
But can't the d pawn get dangerous?
No, not with a rook behind. Looks safe. Queen f3 possible. You can of course just take and play rook f7. Then you cannot lose 2 rooks on the second rank. It's enough always. So how much time? 1 minute left for his last move. He played a very tricky move at going for mate from the other direction. I would like to take on h5 because he cannot take, then it's mate. But I don't know what to do if he plays king g8.
No, now it's supposed to. Yes, take that and yes.
He took on h5. But what about king g8? Ah, queen b8.
Yes.
There is a check. There is a check.
Because you can now f1 is.
I can also take this rook. Okay, so what queen a6? What was?
That was a mistake.
Yes.
That was a mistake. You should have exchanged queens, of course.
Okay,
And now,
Plays also, yes.
yeah, it likes this and so on. And he also played it quick, Elyanov, even if he didn't have to. Okay, we check again. We have to move the king. There is a check. You have to play king f7. And rook f1, no good. But, queen f4.
Yes.
And he goes back. And I take the rook. And he has to take the rook. And now white is probably winning. Because I'm a pawn up. I'm happy. Elyanov is very happy. So queen a6 was a very bad move in move 40. Probably losing. So now we have this position, king f7, queen b8 was played. And now white to move, and I guess queen f4, because I don't see any other check. So this check. Because you can put this queen on f6. Then I have to take. Yeah, I see it's wrong on the board, but and then take. Of course, you don't have to take the rook if you don't want to. It's like this. Queen f6 is played. I can also, but then, now of course I should take, and he must take. Probably winning. They have made more than 40 moves. So now we take a short break from commentating. I will be back in about 10 minutes, 15 minutes. You are ready? Okay, we are back, and now we will see what has happened after the time scramble. Jobava probably made a huge mistake. I am told that after playing h6 and white took on h5, it was obvious that Jobava had missed this move, shaking his head. But he is lucky not to be lost immediately, because he will reach an ending, a pawn down, which maybe is possible to defend. One interesting question is what's up with queen b2 and queen exchange. But the king is close. But maybe we should calculate this. What will it do? Should he move his king or should he take on b2? Let's try. And then he has to run. And I can run with a pawn. But then king e5, king takes d. They should. So who is, let's say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A4.
A4 or B4.
But then I should do it, or maybe I need to defend this d5 pawn if he is coming through. So why? But maybe it's better not to take and play king g6. Do I win a tempo or not? Do I win a tempo? Yes. Good. But this is what Elyanov is now calculating, for sure. The problem with this queen ending for white is that he has no passed pawn. And the king is very open. But he has to create a passed pawn, but it takes some time, and he has to defend h4, for example. So it's not easy to win. We have this ending. We left it in this position between Dronavalli and Blomqvist. b5, a5, c5, king d7 to stop c6, king c4, and Blomqvist going for the a pawn. And now, if white wants to defend, he has to go back, and then we can play something like rook a1 and then try to pick up this pawn. And if king d5, I guess you can just take. Because this pawn will win the game. So this is hopeless for white, I think. So Blomqvist on his way to a win. And then we have short against Gandelius. After 40 moves, we had this position, and he played d5, exchange, and bishop f5. We cannot take because it's a pin. King moved and they gave a check. King g3, king h7, d6, check, king f2. So short has managed to create two passed pawns, the d6 and h5. Black has one, but it's not dangerous at all. But black has two strong bishops. He needs to enter with his rook somehow. So winning chances for short. Maybe good winning chances because it's these pawns are now dangerous. And I also see that Nils is using a lot of time again. Understanding that it's a problem. He gave a check. I guess king e2 will come. And then what's his plan? Why did he give this check? He played bishop c6. He's trying to disturb with checks. Or what? He's stopping d7 because then he has rook d8 and the pawn is gone. Let's see what Harika, she took her chance. She played c6 immediately. And black took. And then you played king c5, hoping to take with the king and maybe take this one. But Blomqvist, he took on a4, and she had to take on c6, and then king c8 was played. And now this pawn is blocked. And if he can keep the a pawn, he will probably win. Should White try to pick up some pawns with the king?
There's always rook e4.
Okay, so on this I play, and then I start to push. Rook against bishop and one pawn up. Must be winning. And Elyanov is thinking about this pawn ending maybe. Queen b2 or what because there is a threat. So it's not so easy to defend this pawn. Yeah. Is it even possible to defend it? Queen b4. Can check and take, but then you take on e7. Can you escape the checks? I start to check. I just want to see. I try, and I give a check, and I give a check. How does White escape even? Harika tried bishop d6, trying to play bishop f8 probably. Sorry, rook is on a2, and then bishop d6. Could play h5 and g6 maybe. Now, short. Rook c1, threatening the bishop, and if we give the check, we can play king f3, but because now there is no check on c6, so now we are safe. And then maybe we can play rook c7, or something like this. So he is making progress. we take a look. Queen b2. Let's say I play king g6, and I take. But I just want to check this pawn ending. But now I have time to take this one, but maybe that's not. Maybe that's still bad. Because of the outside passed pawn, a4. And if I take with this, see if I was thinking. Oh, you can.
That was keys. Yeah.
I am just making moves without any special idea. Because I wanted to win the queen. Yes, there was better moves. Black can play king e6 in this position. But I go here. And white is winning, I guess. So queen b2, is this winning or not?
Possibly losing a pawn but winning the game.
Yeah, but let's we go for this one, then one, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4. No good. So maybe the king is in time to take on h4. Is there? We have to play queen b2, or else we have to play some passive. Can give a check, for example, but we will have difficulties to defend both these pawns. Rook c1, bishop d7. So Niels is blocking with a white squared bishop. What about rook c7 now? Yeah, looks bad for Niels. Because white is now active with the rook. I can also try to attack this one maybe. And the king here. Coming. This is the position. Blomqvist, he just pushed his a pawn. Also convincing. Bishop f8, a3, take, and now take maybe. And then we push and win the bishop. h4 was played to try to save this pawn. Yeah, all moves are winning. Rook f2 are win, simple win, for example, and then take. So this is not so exciting. So what's the problem with this? I don't even know what to put my bishop. E6, b5, or play this very passive move.
You can give.
You want to give a check?
No, I'm not sure.
So I want to come here.
On e6 you can fold the knight.
Sorry?
On e6 you can fold the knight a bit.
Yeah, you can play bishop e6, but then maybe I can go for this a pawn.
e2 is also an yes.
Okay, I have to save this one first. Yes, this square is quite safe for the king. What else can he play short? King f3 immediately, maybe? Possible? Now we see high recap. Play a3 and king a4 was played. Yeah.
Rook C2.
Rook c2, rook d2, rook f2, rook a1. For example, rook a1. If you take, king c7, then I can take, and I take, and collect. And on the other two boards, no moves at all. So Eleanor has been thinking now for 20 minutes. And now, suddenly, queen e1, defending the pawn. And if black is going for the d5 pawn, then there is a threat against e7. And then what do you want? You want to play a4, king a2, king a3, advance these pawns, and try to create a pass pawn. So a4, I think it would be very happy if we play this move, and then come with a king. And black, he can start to give checks, but white, can white escape? Probably. Check, we go here, we give a check, maybe just, I can also play this. Maybe I have won an important TePe. So what can black do? He can move his king, not to have his king on this diagonal. King f7, yes, to, because then this is a threat not to take. But then I put my queen, can I put it here in the center? Defending both pawns. And also maybe having a checksum on h7. Should black run over to this side with his king to stop the white passed pawn.
Stella, where do you skip the checks if we start checking?
If we start checking, you have to check on f1.
Okay.
Then I go king b2.
And then on F2, right?
Yeah, where do we go? Maybe c3, because if you take on a2, I can always check and take this one.
Yeah,
And then I have a pass pawn.
check on C5.
And then we are coming. Normally,
Maybe you should take.
but he didn't move his king, Gobala. Quickly, he gave this check on f5. The king will move. Maybe he can move his king now. Maybe that's better, because I don't have queen e4 anymore. So I can play this. Now it's finished between Dronavali and Blomqvist. And now I believe. Sometimes there is a result without the game has finished, but this one I believe. Rook f2, hopeless position. So a good game for Blomqvist to win with black. Good preparation. Got a good position and a lot of extra time. But what about this queen ending? Short didn't enter with a rook, he played king f3 first. Wants to advance with his king, and the rook can always come to c7 later on. Big problem for black is also that his king is a little bit out of play because of this h5 pawn and the bishop on f4. He has to stop this. Ah, hello, Eric. We want to see your game. Looks like you were well prepared today.
Yes, but it's a risky line actually.
Yeah, it's a risky line, but
Yes.
you knew what you were doing, or what? So it was the classical Sicilian,
Mm-hmm.
and you knew this would happen, or what?
Well, I expected bishop g5.
Yeah,
It's most critical.
but has she played it before?
Yes, but
Yes.
only like one game.
Ah, okay. So this is quite normal. Take, queen a5.
Mm-hmm.
But now h6, e5 is also bishop. Oh, sorry, bishop d7 is this long theoretical line with e5.
Right. No, there are different moves
Yeah.
here.
This is of course possible,
Yes, it's possible.
but you were well prepared.
But bishop h4 is the main move.
Yeah, but this was a surprise for me. Didn't know.
Yes, it's kind of a new move. And
Mhm.
But I'm not sure it's a good. Okay. Yes, bishop g3 is the main line.
Rook d8 is normal.
Yes.
Rook e1, and you played this move. All these moves you played very quick.
Mm-hmm.
So this was well known.
Yes.
Take, rook take, and bishop c6.
Yes, it's a sharp because knight d5 is possible,
Yeah, this is.
and pawn takes. And now white can choose even between
Mm.
bishop e2 and.
Aha, this is also.
Yes.
And then you have to move your queen,
Yes.
and you.
Okay, this is interesting, but black has the e4 square for the knight. So.
Mm. And this bishop is not so fantastic right now.
No.
But it also.
White can take a queen as well.
Yeah. Take,
See, take on c4.
threatening the queen.
Mm-hmm. And I think queen e3 only move.
Mhm.
Takes on d1.
King take.
And now c3, I think.
Aha.
Take on e7. Take on b2. Queen b4. Take on h5. Take on,
b2.
and then take on g2.
Two.
Yeah, some
You have
some kind of balance.
rook, knight, and pawn against the queen, and bad pawns.
Pawns are shattered.
Yeah, you place your bishop on c6, and you are
Looks
safe.
like a fortress.
Yes. But this is the way white should play, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But queen g1 didn't seem too bad.
No. This is normal to take because she has
I
to
think
take with
so.
a knight,
Mm-hmm.
and the queen is hanging, so you have to play queen g6.
And so this f5 stuff doesn't work because I have checked on g5.
g5, yes. And on this move, you are going to play
Bishop e4,
bishop e4.
I thought.
Yeah. And there is no trick because I have always f5 later on if I try
Mm-hmm.
something like this.
Right.
But now there is a threat with this.
Yes, I'm not sure if it's a winning threat. It's like a perpetual.
I thought maybe it could be winning on queen g4, queen f2. And then h.
Okay.
Maybe, but,
Yeah,
but at least it's threatening perpetual.
Mm-hmm. At least.
Mm.
So, okay, bishop knight d7 looks normal.
Yeah, give yourself a square.
She can also go back now with the rook e2 or something.
Mm.
I think it's balanced.
What more? I thought maybe it was even better for black
I
already.
mean, it could be, but I didn't see exactly how I would proceed here.
It's just that you look at the white pieces and I see queen g1 and bishop g3.
Mhm.
But maybe it's not possible to do anything. I don't know. But you equalized. Easy.
Sure.
She played this move. You have to take, and
Yes.
you will take. And now you were
No,
starting to.
Yes,
to think.
because here I was trying to figure out how to play for a win.
Yes, I understood. You wanted to play for some. Because you can always play this and just take this one, and
Yes, it should be equal.
yes.
But I thought rook c8 is kind of the most tricky, but I thought she could take on a7. Actually, I didn't find anything more than a draw here for black.
Knight c5.
Yes,
Mhm.
and rook c4
4 only move, yes.
and b5, rook c3, queen d4, queen takes e7, take on d3, c takes, rook takes.
And it's a perpetual.
I thought it was a perpetual.
You were not sure.
No, I thought so.
You hoped. Or it is.
No, I hoped I would have something better than this.
Okay.
But if nothing else, I think it's a draw.
Yeah, looks like it. So maybe she should take on a7.
But king b1 is fine.
Yeah, because now she can always spin with this rook c4. We play this, and now rook c4, and there is no check or anything.
Yes, it's possible, but she played rook d4.
Sorry. And
Yes, I was trying to play for some tricks.
we thought you might try.
Yeah, b5 I was thinking about, and then queen e3. And if knight a4, there's queen e5. There's nothing for.
No.
So maybe I should take on d3.
Yeah, you can take and and you're not better? It's equal or what? What maybe you? Or maybe it's equal.
Yes, I think so.
This was okay?
Yes.
And you played bishop b6 and rook c4.
Yes, I was kind of expecting queen e5, but actually I go back, I think, if I want to play for queen e7. And she can play queen d6, but I will go back to e8, maybe.
Okay, you're doing everything to escape
Yes, but
in exchange.
maybe it's not so easy for white, because there's some always rook d8 is a threat.
Okay, this is coming. Yeah.
I mean, it looked like I was driven back, but
but the rook is stupid on d4.
Right.
So this was still okay.
Yes.
And you played rook c6 to have the rook defended. And she moved the bishop.
Yeah, it's a good move.
Yeah.
Now, this knight a4 doesn't achieve anything.
So you played queen d8. But
And now she blundered, of course.
this is blunder. Rook d4 is
Yes.
because after this we have some pins, but black is taking the rook. So this after this it's lost. Or what?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I think there was a lot of moves that kept the balance.
What should she have played?
I was a bit worried about bishop f3.
Then,
Yes, rook d6 and a3 maybe.
just some escape for the king. Okay, and you have nothing with this knight.
No.
You should win something with this.
So maybe now white has achieved something.
Yeah.
But I can play.
You
maybe
want to play rook d6?
Maybe I should play rook c7 instead.
Rook c7? And then I want to
a3 maybe? So here I can play f5.
You want to go here and you want to...
But okay, maybe simply queen e2 now.
So you are taking some risks when you start to play moves like bishop d8 and
Yes, of course.
yeah.
But it's not too bad, even if
No,
if
you're
she's
not.
placed this.
Of course. But you could have made it simple, but then it would have been a draw.
Mm-hmm.
And after this, there is no defense at all.
Now it's lost.
Yeah, she's always losing in an exchange.
Sure. I mean, rook d6 is also winning. Maybe it was even simpler. I mean, it's hard
But
to
the
say.
game was
Okay, I changed queens and
looked very good.
sure.
What you took and played this move, and then it's looked like it's over because you have this mate always.
Mhm.
I wouldn't see anything. This is the point.
Right.
And with rook against bishop, it's an easy win. Was there
Yes,
any-
she should try to keep the bishop pair, but
like she did. But were there any tricks after this?
no, I didn't see anything.
No.
She could play the bishop a4 after a6,
King
but
C2.
okay.
I play like this.
But it looks very stupid on a4.
Yes. There is no threat. She wants to just move forward with the pawns. Or
Mm-hmm. I would like to play knight c5 here. Takes an e5 and go back rook d8.
And now,
It's similar to the game actually.
and you come. Yeah, this ending is lost, of course. So it was one big blunder that decided the game.
Sure.
But
But actually there was a lot to calculate, I mean all game.
yeah, and you also took some risks
Mhm.
to make her blunder.
Sure.
So you were, this time you were rewarded.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's stupid.
But this game, it was not too big a risk,
No,
I would say.
not like you usually do it.
Right.
Very good. 2 points out of 3.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe in the lead of the tournament.
Could be. I'm not
yeah.
sure about the results.
Yobaeva is not winning, of course. So, shared lead. And tomorrow you play
Against Nils.
against Nils. Okay, nice. The Swedish derby
Yes.
with white.
With black, I think.
Yeah. You are black today. We have black.
I think I have a white in the last round.
Okay. So we will see. What do you think about the other games? Do you think he will manage to hold Nils, or is this hopeless? It's like this now. Has been pawned down since move
Mm-hmm.
10.
This is
This is now the
typical Marshall
yes.
defending upon.
Yeah.
I don't know. The bishop looks so strong. The black bishops.
Yeah. It's very difficult to create, but still he has got 2 passed pawns,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe with little bit of time trouble and so.
Yes, it's hard to say.
Yeah. But his chances to make a draw is, I guess, as big as for short to win.
Yes, I would think so.
In this queen ending, it's not easy to understand if white is going to win, but black is not winning. That's for sure. Pawn up.
But since the queen is
H1.
H1
Yeah. Maybe it's perpetual immediately. It's not impossible because this queen.
it's very possible.
Yeah. I don't know how it ended on H1. He played it. Queen H, but that cannot be correct. It's check.
It's check.
I have to update. We have this. Now, just played Queen H1.
Okay, keeping both pawns protected.
Yeah. Maybe that was the only way.
Yes, because if queen d2, there's queen f6 check.
Mm. This check, 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 check. Yeah, you would be surprised if the king could hide with such a queen.
Mm.
And he must want king e4. Give a check.
Sure. Black should keep checking, not take on a2, of course.
Yeah, just give a check. King e5, check. There is a lot of. And you can put your.
Also maybe queen f2 was more precise.
Yeah, I thought maybe.
Or queen d2.
Yeah, king.
But h4 is.
Yeah, it's hanging, and then, okay, I can move with check, but normally you cannot win anything in a queen ending. But this maybe is better.
Also looks good. Unless there's king g3.
Maybe take the pawn.
No, it's possible to take.
Check. And we might. Because now this one is also hanging with check later on.
But queen e3 is coming.
You want to come here, and you have this check. Taking the pawn with check. Some chances still. Because we gave all these checks on the wrong squares, maybe. Queen b4, this is the position. So where do we hide? What did we do? Here? No?
We went queen e5 and then queen g4.
Holy
But I
shit.
think this must be a draw.
Must be a draw.
Yes.
We will see in about 3 hours what will happen. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Nice game play. So this is the position Elyanov Jobava with the queen on h1, the worst possible square almost on the whole board, but it's protecting 2 pawns. But it's very passive square. But still, you can try with the king. But we also see that Elyanov is down on the clock again. But at move 60, he will get 15 minutes. And then all these 30 seconds increment, of course. But 15 minutes at move 60. But that's all for this game. And short, I think he's making progress against Nils. But if he's winning, that's another thing. Now there is a pawn for free, but okay, what's happening if I take this pawn? Is it d7 or? what is, of course I can play rook a1 and take on a6, but then
Rook c7.
rook c7, but then now it's equal pawns. Okay, it's hanging on f7 maybe. And then d7 will come. Let's see, he didn't take, he played bishop f6, meaning that he maybe can take on e5 and play with opposite colored bishops. So should white move the knight to avoid this exchange? But I don't know where to go. Knight c6 maybe? If you can take this one and play with bishop of opposite colors, if I can block on the white squares with this bishop, and white can never break it with his own bishop. So that will be a nice block. Without the rooks, it would be a draw. Maybe not. There is two passed pawns. You have to think a little bit about it. So it's not so clear. There are two passed pawns.
But you can play king h6.
Yeah, if I take and play king h6 and take this pawn, then I should make a draw. Now we see Jobava. He was clever because after king f5 he didn't give the check. He just put his queen in the center, which is always interesting, hoping for queen e4, because then queen f6 is mate.
King g5 is good for black too.
King g5, check, and mate.
Yeah.
So he is still an attacking player, never stops. But there is no threat. It's not, but it's very difficult for white to do anything with the queen on d4. Because we are hitting on h4, we're hitting on d5, and we have all these other checks. So this was a good move by Jobava. So we expect a draw, or what? Probably.
Was queen h1 necessary?
Looked very strange, but maybe that was the only way to defend both pawns in this position, because this pawn is attacked, and how should I defend it without losing my h4 pawn? If I try to defend, check and take. So this, maybe this was the only way to defend both pawns. The queen should be placed in the center, controlling the whole board, like Jobava is doing right now. Because this queen is going in all directions, and this one, there is nothing happening outside. Okay, short, played rook c7. So now if black wants, he can take on e5, but then maybe it's not in time to, he wants to take on h5, and he wants to block the pawn. We try, take, take. And if now, for example, king h6, do we have maybe this move, and then d7, winning a piece.
Do you think this is winning for white? No.
Which position? This position.
The actual position.
Winning chances. But if it's winning or not, impossible. But in a practical game, it's very difficult to defend pawn down for so long time. Now he took, so he's going for this endgame with opposite colored bishops. Now we must look out for this d7. Rook b5 he played. Now he's threatening to take, and he wants to come from behind and stop this pawn. Maybe this was good. Should he protect with a king? So maybe he will make a draw. Niels. So what to do? The bishop is attacked. If I go here, can I take? I can take because there is not time for this. I can go here, and the pawn is lost. So after rook b5, I have to defend the bishop. d7 is not a threat. I can always answer this with knight d5, and the pawn is lost. So maybe I can just go king h6. Is it a clear draw? Looks like it, because of this, and the pawn is dropping. And of course I want to take on h5 and come back if it's possible. And this one is not so dangerous. Looks like he's making this draw. Andelius. King f4 was played. And in the queen ending, a4 was played by Elianov. So he's trying to make use of his extra pawn. Is there a perpetual now?
No.
Sorry?
And then it was in the last game, there's a mating check as well, like king h, black plays king h6, I think.
If I go here, I can get mated.
Yeah, h8.
But I cannot play.
No, but d7 first.
Aha, I understand. And this. And now I cannot take the pawn because this is embarrassing. Okay, so king h6 was not a very good move. Okay, there is some mating problems. If I play this, should I try to get around and deliver this mate? But I think I can play this now. And on this, I play f6. And if it takes, I give a check. But maybe it's... Do I manage to keep it all together or not?
Would you take the pawn instead of the bishop in that one?
Take the pawn instead of the bishop.
No, yeah, it would be.
I prefer a bishop if it's... But can I play this? Or am I losing... King g5. King g5. There is no rook g8. But what the... d7.
D7.
It's a little bit tricky still. Check. Can I stop? Queen d7, h7, king g7. Yes, I can make it. Okay, so it's a little bit more tricky because of these mating threats. And now there is some strange things. He played rook d5. Niels. And he cannot come to c8, which he would like to do because of bishop take. So he has to go another way. Maybe he should go this way, because then f6 is not possible because of the bishop will be hanging later on. So this is the mating attack that will be...
King h6 and then just take on h5.
And now this take, and it's a... Okay, so I have to... Okay, so I need this template to threaten this pawn. Maybe I can play this. And this is not working now because maybe not on the white square. Because now I have this. Winning. Okay, some more moves in the other ending. A4 was played, b6, queen f3, sacrificing the h-pawn, jobbar took, and then b4. Let's go. Yeah, it's equal. Now it's equal materially. But is there some sort of mating attack? What is white's hope. But he is down to just a minute now, Eljanov again.
But you have 4 moves.
Yeah, 4 or 5 moves to make, but still it's possible to make stupid moves with less than a minute on the clock. So this will probably end in a draw. And now short played rook a7 because he needs to threaten this and he hopes to get this move in with rook h8.
This is shortest to vinna.
No, I don't think so. I think he should be able to make a draw somehow, Niels. Let's try. King h6. Threatening to take. And he takes, and we take. One pawn, but less and less pawns on the board. But of course there are chances. Sorry? What? Yeah, but now it's the wrong color. A pawn is the wrong color because the bishop is not controlling a8. So sometimes you cannot win. Oj, dev check säger error. Yeah, it's coming. The promotion square is a8. And that's not the same square as the bishop is controlling. It's a, you need to have a bishop who is controlling this square, yeah, to win sometimes. Now we have this position. So it's still a pawn up. Since move 10, white has been a pawn up. And okay, the black king is not so good, he wants to come back. And the d6 pawn is protected. Now we see what's happening in the under. b4, Jobava didn't take on b4, he played king e8, not to allow any checks, and then a5. And then queen takes b4. And now take on h5 with check, and then take on b6. Looks drawish. You want to try a6, playing for a win. Strong passed pawn. You could try, but not today. Enough. He took on b6, queen took, and now we will take on h5 with check, and it will be a draw. It's a draw, yes. It's over. So this was a draw. I think they have had chances. Both should be happy, or maybe both should be sad. Missed chances for both players. Short played a4, trying to use his extra pawn. And now, how do we stop? What about same problem as TePe. Okay, it's a little dangerous, this pawn. We have to stop it and not allow this one to run at the same time. So of course it's difficult. Maybe it could end with a nice rook and bishop against a rook ending. Also very interesting to commentate this for 50 moves. That's possible. We exchange these two pawns and then we sacrifice the bishop on the last one and we have rook and bishop against rook. Niels played rook d1. That's good. He can come, give some checks, and he is controlling this pawn. Problem is he cannot use his rook because of... But maybe he can start with some checks and then also try to disturb the bishop on e5. Or maybe just give one check and then come with the king and start maybe to use his one pawn. Also possible. So 3 more moves to make and then I get additional 15 minutes for the rest of the game. So you want to go, yeah, we can move the pawn, and I'm not sure, but let's give it a try. I'll give a check. And the king, and then maybe, not sure if I want to give all this, but I can give a check, yeah, and I can give a check, because the king cannot go forward, then I take the bishop. I think it's good, and then it has to go back, and then maybe I can disturb this bishop, or approach with my king, maybe king f5 or something. So maybe you can give a check, but I'm not sure you want to give a check to help the king over to the pawns, but maybe you can disturb this bishop on e5. Because we need to get our own king into play. But short is thinking, maybe not a5, is there another move? So what could we try? A5, of course, pushing the pawn. Do we have a rook move that's dangerous? Don't see it. And now A5 was played, and now we'll see if he's going to give these checks, or if he has another plan. Okay, we try. We give this check. This, of course, looks completely stupid, so we must go in this direction. We give one more check, and we go here. We give one more check. And I say that this, but you cannot sacrifice the bishop. Looks ridiculous. But I'm not sure. But let's say that's not possible. Then if he wants to win, he has to go to c3. And now maybe one more check, or maybe attack the bishop. I'm not sure. But actually I like to come with a king and attack the bishop with a king, maybe to get the king closer. You can of course try to push your pawn, but then your bishop is not stable on e6 anymore. Now it's very stable and protected. And if we don't play this, then maybe king g6. What happened with the pawn? Disappeared from the board. He gave this check. King g3. I said it was completely stupid. My usual.
Du sa att det var stupid.
I said it was stupid, and I still think it is.
Because
It's the wrong direction. But probably it's a draw if he's going to e4. But what does the king want on g3? King g5 played, good, coming with a king, disturbing the bishop, and I don't know what white wants with this king on g3. Let's say this is a draw, then we have Jobava and Blomqvist on 2 points. And no more, I think. 2 players on 2 points, and then we have 2 players on 1.5. Niels and Nigel, and we have 2 players on 1 point, Rika and Eliana. If this is a draw. Okay, so what's going on? King f5 coming next time, hitting the bishop, and the rook and the bishop is controlling this pawn. This one is a long way from queening. You want to move the rook?
Yes.
But where? A8. Let's say king f5, trying to attack the bishop. And now you have to go away somehow.
Can we go forward with the pawn?
No, then I take the bishop.
Ah.
It looks very drawish now, because white's king is not participating, and then king f5, and the rook I can use to stop. So Nils is making his third draw in a row, maybe. The king of draws. Continuing the Swedish tradition. Ulf Andersson tradition. But he's been fighting in all games. But he's been fighting for the draw. That's the problem. He's not been fighting for the win so much. Rook c6 was played. Okay, you think about king f5, of course. Can I play this very smart move just to make it funny? No, might be losing, so maybe it's not so smart. Because the king is coming. No, you should play king f5, I guess. Or maybe on rook f5, bishop c3 maybe. But king f5, I don't know what he wants. If he wants to play rook c5, but then king e4, but okay. Let's see, rook c6. Is there now I see a trick. King f5, d7. And if I take, then check.
Just play
Rook d1. Not much of a trick. Or is there anything going on? No. Rook d1. Okay, trying in vain to create some winning chances. Let's see what number. This is move 60. Nils has to make one more move, and then I get 15 minutes extra. But it's very easy to make a mistake when you have defended for so long. You are tired. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you have not been eating for a couple of hours. Maybe not drinking enough. Start to get tired. And one mistake, and the game is lost. Yeah, but when you are the one pressing, it's a little bit more. It's easier to play because you have not this pressure. But if you make a mistake when you are pressing, it's normally a draw, and this you can live with. But if you are defending and you make a mistake and you lose in one move, you cannot sleep for a week. Now king f5 was played. The bishop is attacked. Rook c5 is one move, or else he has to move the bishop. So what can I do? Rook c5, let's say. And I like to play rook e4, because there is nothing going on with these pawns. Sorry? Yeah, if you want. Yeah. We can see what Jubava has to say about this game. Probably he will talk a lot about his big blunder in move 40. Or was it? Yeah, move 40. Yes. So this is the position. King f5 played. Short is thinking. And we predict the draw. Rook c5, defending the bishop. And moving the king. So you don't make any stupid mistakes letting him play this bishop with check. But king e4 is very natural. Yes, we have both. Maybe
We have more chairs or?
we want one more.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's good to both to share ideas.
Yeah. Let's see. We have this game. I guess you were both winning at some point.
Who?
Maybe both of you.
Both of us?
Yes.
I'm sure about Pasha, not sure about me at all. Yeah? Which moment? What do you mean? Or are you joking?
No.
I had winning?
Yeah, you have had a very good position in the end.
Which moment, Pavel?
You played rook d2.
Ah, you mean in the late
Yes,
position?
yes.
On
late.
the 40th move when I played queen a6?
That was of course very stupid.
Yeah, I
Oh.
just missed queen b8 check completely. I thought
Yeah.
a4 only move.
But
Yeah.
you could play queen e4. Rook e4, sorry.
Rook?
E4.
No, rook on d2.
No, you had rook on d4.
Ah, yes, and?
Instead of rook d2, rook e4 to control e5,
Uh-huh.
and then
Then rook e2. Yeah, after I thought about rook e4.
Yeah.
When
But we
Pasha
will-
played b4 even, that moment, rook e4.
we will see. Okay. Was this expected? No.
No, e4 was surprise.
And c5, surprise.
Okay, I'm sometimes playing Sicilian, so I thought that Pavel for sure prepared against Filidor. So it was time to change for something else.
Yeah.
Okay.
A knight off.
Mm.
And this is what we
Half-
call Dragador.
Yeah,
or- yeah.
it's like mix of dragon with something, I don't know.
Yes. I don't know the theory at all.
Maybe the same. Yeah. I had some moments play b5, bishop b7. Yeah?
Mm.
Okay, I don't know also yet.
And g4.
It's natural. I don't know. It's okay. I have a lot of moves. Of course.
Mm.
Yeah.
And I don't know, d5 was okay move. Yeah,
I don't know also. Okay, maybe it's principled. Yeah, but
Yeah.
as I
So
said,
long castle was interesting in this position, yet, because I cannot win knight. Yeah, after e5, I think. Too dangerous.
what's happening?
G5, I think. I don't know, maybe I missed something, but I thought it's.
no,
very
it's
good.
it's dangerous. Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, what if just knight take e4?
Yeah, that I was also considering.
Yeah, instead of e5.
Yeah, just to play for compensation, maybe with white. Take and then push pawn, h4, h5. How I develop.
I don't know.
Yes, all your pieces in the games and you want some moment bishop h6. That knows, yeah?
Yeah,
Okay, it's a
hard to say.
good compensation, I think. no?
Yeah, but what
Mm.
what I did actually looks okay.
Yeah, also was
Mm. You see, you took.
knight b6 and
Sorry, no, it's not
No, it's yeah,
without castle. You took knight b6,
castle.
castle.
the knight g4 not worked here. Was pity because knight g4, just bishop g4, f3, and after knight c4, there's queen e2.
Yeah,
This I was thinking too dangerous. Take on e3, queen
yeah,
e3.
maybe I just lost. No, take
Yeah.
take on g4. Yes,
yeah,
here
on,
yes,
on
take.
e3, yeah. And if bishop d7, even maybe knight e6,
Yeah.
you got moved.
Okay, now
It
Yeah.
will be lost. Yeah,
Otherwise d6 also coming, d6, knight d5 ideas. So I thought that it's too much, yeah. I need one move to make castle, but no time as usually.
Mm.
So bishop g4 looks only move maybe.
Because if you take on d5, also too dangerous.
Maybe
Yeah.
knight b3, yeah.
Yeah,
This and you just play.
I don't know.
And
Mm.
g5.
Or even g5 maybe it was interesting. g5 I was thinking during the game. Knight c3, gf, knight e2, queen e2, and then sacrifice.
Mhm.
This
No,
is too
it's,
much.
Yeah, too much. Yeah.
Knight
Mm.
c6 or
Yeah.
not
It's
enough
just one pawn.
Not
Mm.
enough compensation.
Mm.
Losing queen.
Yeah.
I think bishop g4 I have to play to develop pieces at least. f3 is good move.
Mm.
Bishop d7, because if I would play bishop h5, what was tempting, but
Mm.
Pasha will bring again this knight on e4, then knight g3 and good knight kiss to bishop. You know.
Ah, you would
No,
play
no, knight b3, knight c5, same idea. Knight e4, knight g3, yeah,
becoming like
yeah, or maybe three e4, and then so bishop d7 is more
It's too
natural,
much,
I think.
it's too much.
Yeah, it's natural move. So knight e6, of course, nothing. And
then it's just a lot of exchanges.
yeah, I can
Yeah.
take ef and then bishop e6, and this endgame is absolutely okay for black.
Mm.
Because f3, h2 pawns are weak, or like probably like equal position.
Yeah.
Mm. So it's about equal.
About
Mm.
so knight b3 is principal move. So I have to play knight c. I don't know. I think that's a better move. What do you think, Pasha?
Yeah, it's
Otherwise b7 hangs, yeah. And b6 knight is not so
pleasant position,
yeah.
very pleasant.
Knight c8, knight c5.
No, knight
No, knight
e4,
e4, yes. So knight d6, knight c5. And this, I had feelings that castle is not so good move actually after knight bc5.
And how to play?
I don't know, something better. Maybe even to consider to go some
If you
moment
take and
long
play
castle.
queen before, then it's just castle.
No, maybe
Queen
queen
e7.
e7. This
yeah.
is I didn't
Ah,
sure.
okay.
Or else I can sacrifice these pawns because it's too
No,
dangerous.
I
Mm.
think queen e7.
Castle and rook e8 coming.
Queen e7 the most.
Yeah.
I mean castle. I think just not, no compensation.
Mm.
You take this one.
Yeah, because bishop b6 is how many?
Ah,
moves?
bishop b6.
I mean, I think. Oh no, I need just pawn up.
So rook e8, bishop b6, right? Mm. Yeah, but queen e7, yeah, I was
Queen
thinking.
e7, it's not that clear. I mean, bishop f4 then castle maybe.
Mhm.
Mm. And you have this.
And the rook e1, maybe knight e8, maybe possible. I don't know.
So you have to defend.
Queen f6, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay, I think there should be something else.
Maybe not that easy. I mean, I'm not forced to play it.
No, Pasha played well, I think.
Mm.
Not need to go for this variation. Not b5 is good move. And I don't know, I'm not sure about my castle here because I allowed this easy play.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this was critical moment.
So what else?
I don't
If
know,
not
maybe
castle.
queen c7 first. To have some moments even idea go long castle if it's too dangerous. in some-
Okay.
Okay, it's not necessary, but maybe sometimes.
Mm.
First I wanted to play it, but then I thought that castle is more safe. I don't know. What do you think, Pash?
Yeah, I
Bad move?
think it's just better for white. I mean, I'm not sure yet.
Okay,
Not that easy for black to play.
Take.
Took on f6. You should take a knight e4.
Yeah, I cannot take because it will be too strong center.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
So bishop d7, what else? And bishop d4. Otherwise, after h1, knight a5. That was I did.
Yeah.
And then unpleasant
I
bishop
should,
h6
I
or
should
queen-
secure
Yeah.
the diagonal. Yeah.
bishop d4. Maybe I should take here actually this bishop first. Because my king on g7 was very bad placed.
Mm-hmm.
At some
Mm.
moment knight a5 is tempo.
Yeah,
So
now
like-
95 going to
How
stop.
you can.
Yeah, or here or
Maybe
first
rook
rook c8, I
c8,
don't know.
Maybe
First-
rook c8
Yeah,
here.
then
Mm.
so huge difference.
Maybe not that huge, but a bit better.
Yeah,
Yes.
h4 then knight,
Okay, maybe a rook king v1 here. Yeah.
then yeah, you're right. Knight a5, queen c7.
Yeah, I think white is better, but okay.
But maybe a little bit better than the game.
Yeah,
Black.
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah. So you played rook c8.
yeah, natural but bad move. Bishop d7, and
King
then
take.
queen on d2 is much better place than on d4.
Yeah, probably.
Mm.
Yeah, and then also king on g7 is better. So of course I should take on d4. And now suddenly it's a bit dangerous position now. What to do? So I decide to develop queen on b6 because h5, knight e5 maybe it's not enough for white. Yes, like queen
Okay, I
e3.
didn't see. What next?
So king b1 probably a good move.
Mm.
What I played h5.
H5.
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe knight f5 I should play anyway.
Knight f5. Yeah, I wanted to play c4. I think.
c4. Yeah, that's why I don't play it
Mm-hmm.
because then you have time to play c4.
Queen
But still,
e3, queen e3, c5 probably.
yeah, this endgame I was worrying about queen e3, but I should play it because what I had got is it was much more dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
Maybe it's not that bad. Take on h5.
Yeah, yeah, that's the
I
point.
mean, it's better for white, but
Yeah,
okay.
h4 pawn is some chances. But you push then b4, king b2.
Yeah,
some
of
moments
course,
you will
of
sacrifice
course.
this pawn. Yeah?
It's unpleasant also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
But I should suffer here, not like in game, yeah, because from all sides was mating chances for white.
Mm.
Was one move could decide everything.
Yeah, h5. yes.
h5, bad move I think. And now after rook g1 I just did not see moves, yeah, what to do? Always idea knight g3, rook g5, queen g5.
Maybe bishop f5. Yeah, I thought.
Bishop e5, I was worried about bishop d3, and that did not
Yeah,
know
and
what to do.
probably take.
Take, and I cannot block pawn. Bishop before I take with. You mean knight or bishop?
I mean, yes. Yeah, this is calculated. Probably it's bad also.
Yeah. If I take with knight, you take with bishop. And
No,
then,
I take with bishop.
Yeah, and then this
Mm.
center plus attack.
Like this.
No, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, here I'll take
And,
and after queen
Knight
d4.
c4, knight c4, and take
Yeah.
e5. I would,
Yeah.
This is what I calculate.
Yeah, also.
Mm.
And I don't have time to play queen d4, queen e5 because c3 and rook g5.
Yeah, then e6 coming. Okay,
Yeah.
I don't know. Looks bad.
So h5 was very bad move. Maybe it's objectively already lost after rook g1.
Okay, maybe then rook c8. Okay, maybe. Okay, I don't
Yeah,
know.
rook c8 and then decisive mistake h5. Yeah.
No, I mean that variation. Okay, doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
yeah. What I played?
Knight f5,
Mm-hmm.
bishop d3,
Yeah, bishop
and bishop
d3.
e5.
Yeah, what else? Because
Mhm.
bishop d3 otherwise will kill me, yeah, on g6. I have to change.
Yeah,
Mm.
probably.
Yeah, but then queen g5. No, first take on b5 because all rook endings are lost after
After take. Yeah.
almost all, yeah.
Mm.
I was avoiding rook endings. Queen g5, and I did not see better ideas than queen 7 and what I did. I don't know what computer says, but
We haven't checked this
Yeah,
position.
extremely dangerous position.
It's a bit-
Idea is if I play king h7, d6, yes,
Yeah.
and then even
Yeah.
exchange sacrifice maybe. It works or not? I think works. Yeah, rook d6.
Mm.
Actually, I wasn't sure yet.
Yeah, knight f6. Let's check.
I didn't see till the end.
Check. Maybe it not works. h5.
h5, just okay. Queen d8.
Yeah, I'm defending probably here.
Mm.
But there was some reason why I don't play it. I forget now what was the point.
Oh, I have a nice choice actually.
I
Not
remember now.
forced.
Yeah, because you take with knight here.
And rook d5.
Yeah,
I
rook
have-
d5, yes.
Yeah, this is I saw.
Ah,
actually.
okay.
This
This
is I saw.
queen h5 is hangs and rook dg5 then. And also
actually,
b5.
Actually, maybe it's not that bad. I mean,
But I have rook
something
c5 or
like-
what?
Something like this.
No, sorry, not this moment. Maybe directly rook d5. Here, after knight d6.
Yeah, but
Ah.
but still,
Then knight is
take
e4.
take
yeah?
on e4. Yeah,
Ah,
not that bad. Yeah.
But what's going on then? Why don't play it? I missed rook c5 probably.
No, but I have a choice here. It's actually, and I'm not forced.
So how it was like,
No.
let's see, king h7.
Yeah. During the game I thought that d6 is winning, but maybe I'm wrong. Then this was better than what I did, of course.
Yeah, maybe that was better. Yeah.
It's not so clear how to win with white. And I want to change, yeah, queen e3. If I manage to change, then it's okay.
Mm.
With h4 pawn, isn't it? But I saw that d6 is winning, and then take and rook
Okay,
d5.
maybe
c5.
that variation take and just knight d7. Maybe it just a
You
little bit
mean
better.
Ah,
In that
d6
way.
with, okay, let's
In
see.
that way.
rook d6, knight f6, take on h5 first.
Check. And then just.
Yeah, but queen d8 is what is that?
But maybe queen c6 if you have.
Ah, queen c6 I have.
Yeah, it's not clear.
Bad calculation today. So queen c7 maybe decisive mistake, yeah? Not.
Yeah, it seems, but okay, position looks very bad.
So we see take, queen g5,
Yeah,
and you played.
Queen
Queen
c7
c7.
obvious move, but bad probably. King h7 was better. Now c3, fixing my weaknesses. What else I have to go? King h7. No, I mean not d6 I have to play. Because if I play now king h6, now it works, yeah? Same, because I don't have rook c5. This is what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Knight d6, knight, take with knight, and then rook d5.
Okay, and
And
now
now I'm
there is no
losing
rook,
all pawns, okay? h5,
But actually
d5.
before, if it is it really
Before
by
queen
five?
h5, rook g5, I don't know, it's not made?
No, I'm not sure.
I thought it's
If
extremely
you-
dangerous.
If you even take on c3, I don't see mate.
No, but rook g6, check with rook, no?
Takes you,
Yeah.
of course.
Oh,
Yeah.
should be, no? I
No,
don't
of
know,
course.
king f7? Maybe still surviving here or what?
No,
Hard to believe.
hard to believe. Rook d6 probably.
This is king e7, queen e5, rook f6. Yeah, should be winning somehow. Queen e5, rook f6, and rook g6, yeah, mate.
Yeah.
Rook g6 and queen e6 mate.
Yeah.
Okay. This kind of variation, so it's very, very dangerous. That's why I played knight d6.
So you play knight d6 to stop.
No, king on g7, I think.
Yeah, sorry. Knight d6 to stop
Because
d6.
knight g3 is not clear. Yeah, I play b4, and knight h5, king h7.
Yeah.
It's not clear. Queen
I
e5,
wasn't
g8.
sure. Yeah. I wasn't sure.
Yeah. Okay, there is some counterplay.
Also, I had queen e5 first instead.
Yeah, queen e5.
But somehow I
this
didn't see after
immediately.
King h6 I
King
was going to
h6.
play.
Yeah, I didn't see.
Yeah.
Didn't see how to win here immediately.
Also, after king g8, it's mate, yeah? Rook g6.
Yeah.
Looks like.
Yeah.
Rook g6, I don't know, during the game I thought it's losing. Rook g1, and after knight e4, queen e6. Important check. And queen g6 is mating. Not mating, but after knight g3 I'm losing too much material. Only move, I think. Knight g3 and then rook g3. I'm just completely lost. Yeah, I have to take on g3. Funny variation.
Yeah.
Actually, also I didn't see after king h6 how to win.
Yeah, king h6 I was going.
So on this check you have. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, rook d4 is good.
Rook
move,
d4 is
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to play d4, so no
No.
counterplay for me. I have to just wait.
Mm-hmm.
Suffering. King h7, only move, I think. What you played? Knight d6?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
knight d6.
not necessary also.
I cannot take with pawn, this is my problem, yeah? With pawn, because f4, f5, and then,
So you take with the pawn.
yeah, f4. I have to control this square. Also, rook b4 some moments.
Yeah, it's just bad, very bad.
Mm. So I had to take this queen, but after rook...
Actually, rook e4, I'm not sure because I wasn't sure because rook c5 you had the move.
yeah, but after rook c5 I thought that it's extremely dangerous from you after queen e7.
And rook d5.
Rook d5, you play, you just take on d6 and rook g5.
No, but okay, this is always have this.
Yeah, but how concretely to survive now? I don't know. I thought that
Okay.
it's very dangerous for rook. Like,
Hard to say.
that's why I played rook c7.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want it to go this line. Maybe white's more fast.
Yeah.
And after rook c7, rook e6. I will see it, but don't go. But probably maybe it was mistake not to go for this.
Yeah, probably.
Queen H2 only move, Rook
Mm.
G6.
I didn't want to play this.
G1, take.
Take.
Okay, my only hope is weak pawn on F3 and then some moment G5, H
Yeah,
pawn.
yeah.
But Queen is
G6.
extremely
It should be
dangerous.
winning here. Should
Queen
be.
B6 and Rook D7, take on B5. I have to go back probably on C7. But it's
Okay.
should be winning, yeah?
Put
Ma-
the,
maybe
put the
Queen
queen.
D3.
No, I mean put the queen on E6 and maybe to A4. Yeah.
Like this.
Like this, Rook C7, Queen E4. I think yeah, it should
Yeah.
be winning.
Control everything.
And
And
then
then push my pawn.
yeah,
Yeah.
A4. on-
Very strange. I was
Yeah.
surprised that you don't play it. But okay. What happened?
F4 was played.
F4, yeah.
Because now it's a threat.
F4. I played what? Rook G8 or
Yes.
Rook G8, Rook E1, yeah, it was in game.
Mm-hmm.
Or G7.
Yeah, I don't know, I didn't want to make weaknesses after F6. Queen G2, yeah, probably. Was the idea.
Mm-hmm.
And now suddenly it's not so easy with white because Rook E7 not works, it's just take and then F6. Or even directly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This.
Rook E7, for example. And then white also have weaknesses. And now F6.
Yeah, no, it's a bet.
It's maybe
For-
white is even worse.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a bad idea.
Mm.
Or maybe I should play something like A3,
Yeah, A3
Yeah.
I was considering.
just a better
Mm.
position, clearly better.
Mm. Safe.
But
No,
now
here
F6.
F6, no.
F6, that was the idea.
This I can't.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe Rook D4 first,
In this position.
Yeah,
Rook
because
D4
F6 is threat.
and then okay.
And then A3. Just
Rook
have safe.
C4 is possible now, maybe for black. I have some counterplay already.
Yeah, maybe you have counterplay.
Mm. So after you missed Rook E6, it's not so easy anymore. Okay, you have advantage, but maybe not
yeah.
so much.
Yeah, it's not that easy already.
And also in time trouble was extremely difficult to choose moves.
Mm.
So F5 looks natural move, or I played
Rook
Rook
C5.
C5, yeah. I don't know, I didn't see better.
Take.
Okay, maybe Rook D4 was better, something like
No.
Instead of take.
Instead of take. right?
Instead of take.
Mm.
I gave the counterplay.
Yeah.
Just to stop this one.
Okay, maybe take on E5. Oh no, take. I take on in H5.
I have to go back probably with Rook on C7.
Yeah, then.
No, maybe Rook C4 is possible or not? Still.
If I take and take on E7,
The rook.
maybe
Okay.
with a queen.
Queen D5, yeah, but what's that?
F6 and
G8?
okay, and some move maybe A3.
Okay, yeah, whites are better always, but here is question how much? Maybe G5 even.
Mm-hmm. King A2.
A2. You want to play Rook E5.
Yes.
So I don't have time to build up something like GH Rook.
Yeah. Still
King
clearly
Yeah,
better.
yeah, maybe G5 is just bad. But what else, yeah? Maybe I have to go with Rook somewhere and then King G8. Rook, I don't know, C8, D8 maybe, but why not on D8? Maybe like this. But okay, white is better, yeah, because my counter, king goes to A2, then always, and you have to consider exchanges of queens and rook ending also. Very
Very
unpleasant, because white's power should be faster. Okay, so
Maybe Rook D4.
yeah, Rook D4 is okay, but now in time troubles. Yeah, Pasha had like 1 minute here,
Yes.
even less.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks more safe, yeah, to at least to make clear. But now suddenly after Rook, after Queen F6, it's okay for black now, I think, because always.
Why I didn't play take on E7? What better?
In which moment now?
No.
Yep, but
No, not here. I mean before. just take on e7.
Understand? Rook
No, no,
d5.
not here. I mean, with the queen. Take with the queen, rook d5.
Yeah, I was
take,
thinking rook d5. Yeah.
maybe take, and okay, rook e5.
Five.
But okay, it's not that easy already. Still is better for white.
Maybe idea is to play like b4.
Before and then rook d4.
Yeah, something like that. Try to survive, but
Rook
b5.
rook e4 maybe. No?
You can just play b4. Yeah.
But okay, not that easy. Maybe f6 and rook e4, not that easy.
What to start with is
Yeah, f6 is.
And rook e4.
Also, rook e7 is unpleasant. No, it should be good for white, of course. Maybe b4 is not so good.
Yeah, queen e7 is better. Also.
You took, rook e5, queen f6.
Yeah, now it's
No,
not. So
it's not that easy.
No,
I will play it queen g3, I think, yes? Or how?
Yeah.
yeah.
This was, yeah?
Rook c4
Yeah,
was
and
played.
after rook c4, it's black suddenly gets enough counterplay, yeah? Even turn tables now, maybe, slowly. After rook g5, I think black is better, objectively.
Yeah.
b4 and suddenly h4 pawn, b2 or weak d5. And with 1 minute left, it's very hard to keep. And you mean that after rook d4 here, yes? And rook g1?
Yeah, I just heard
Rook
someone,
e4. I was thinking about rook e4, and then I changed my mind to
someone said it.
completely
I didn't see it,
idiotic
of
rook.
course.
Yeah, but
Queen
it's,
e6.
it's a tough move.
Yeah,
Tough
Yeah,
to
yeah.
play. This.
yes.
Yeah, to realize it after to keep e5 square, yeah?
Yes.
Controlling. And the white's problem with king and h4 pawn, I think, yes? You cannot. Protect
What
everything.
if rook e1? Can I play this?
I don't know exactly what was the.
Yeah, because you said that I was winning.
Yeah, I
it's
did.
not.
It's
It doesn't look so video.
absolutely.
No, I just heard. Just told
Doesn't
me. I
look so
didn't
easy.
see it myself. of
Maybe
course.
maybe it's better for black, but
Yeah.
okay, not that easy.
No, maybe it's objectively nothing actually. Okay, but after rook d2, what I played?
Taking king rook f7 later on.
Yeah, but it's still not clear. Yeah, rook e5, then king goes out, and e7 square is.
Yeah, rook e5 is possible.
Maybe even directly here.
Yeah.
Ah, you have this.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, come on.
Not that clear.
No.
Okay, maybe some chances, but first you need to understand that after queen e5 we don't have queen a6. I thought it also.
Yeah.
I was trying trouble. I thought that queen a6 is a good move because I'm forcing to play a4. Yeah, when you don't think queen b8 check, you force a4 and then it looks dangerous for white. But but then it was like cold shower. Yeah, rook h5. I thought that I immediately lost, and suddenly
Suddenly it's not.
Suddenly
not.
it's
not
But
lost.
but go back with queen. I think I should take on e5. I think yes, take on e5 and then play rook d4. It's simple, simple position. Rook h1 maybe it's dangerous to give this pawn. Maybe. And okay, I have to play this position. Yeah? Maybe rook f7, king h6 maybe first activate king.
Yeah, but probably draw rook
Yeah,
h2.
probably draw, but at least not suffering.
Yeah.
So after queen.
After queen
rook
a6.
h5, first intention when I realized that queen b8 check is coming, I wanted to resign because I thought it's rook f1 met, but then I see that queens luckily controls this f1
Yes.
square, yeah? And then suddenly it's maybe not so easy, yeah?
This
King
check,
f7.
king f7.
It's fourth variation, I think,
Yeah,
yeah?
it's
Rook f1 is not there.
Yeah, queen f4 only move, queen f5, take, okay, queen f6 is nothing because of ef, so it's fourth variation.
Take.
Yeah, white also cannot keep rooks probably of the game. And now I think in this moment, queen g2 was last chance, in my opinion. Because now if I change queens, queen g6, this was I was thinking, but maybe I'm not sure. He takes on g6, king c2, this long variation. King f5, king d3, king g4, king
No,
e4, king h4, king f5, king g3, king e6. Okay, let's go. And And the problem is that if I win a pawn, he has very active king, and maybe
Mm.
practically big chance. But queen e4 check, king d6.
Yeah, actually, it's a theoretical draw, but okay, always the chances.
Yeah, but how? I mean, you have to know.
I mean, take on a2 and it's
Ah.
a draw theoretically.
Yeah, but during the
Well.
games, because for example, it's the same like queen's ending with gh pawns. It's
Yeah.
theoretical draw, but try to make it.
Yeah.
It will be- I was not going for this position. It was too scary because I don't have perpetual, and I'm gonna lose b pawn, and then you know 100 moves suffering. So
Yes.
I wanted to go king f7 or king f8, and then queen e4. And to compare the game, it was like 100 times better.
You mean on queen g7?
Yeah,
Queen
king
two.
f8 or king f7, I don't know, and then queen e4. Very important square for queen.
Yes.
And now I make checks on f1, f2, and he goes to king c3, same ideas. If I take pawns, then queen e5, yeah? And still huge practical chances for white.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
But this is, I think, better during the game than that, what we just saw, because
Of course.
with one pawn left, it's always, you make draw or not.
Mm.
But queen e1, I think it's like maybe it's draw already after that by force, because I did not see how to develop. Yeah, king f7 and only move, yes.
Yeah,
To
it's a
defend.
draw.
Yeah.
And now it's a
Too
draw.
passive
It's a draw.
queen.
Yes.
Of course, it's a draw.
Mm.
It's such a
You're such a
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah. Thank you very much.
thank you too.
Exciting game. But we thought you were winning.
Yeah, of course.
And you.
Okay, thank you
Yeah.
very much.
Okay,
Thank you. Okay, and during this analyze, the last game has finished. Nils made a draw.
He made the draw, yeah?
Yeah, he managed to make a draw. What? A blunder? Let's see.
From short.
King f5, rook c5, king e4, bishop c3, rook d1. That's a blunder, rook d1. Okay,
You check on e5 with the rook and then go to e1 with the rook. Trade rooks and there's no time for the king.
okay, and we cannot come back. We are not in time to stop the pawns. So this was a big blunder from Nils. So what a rook d1 is a very bad move. So rook e1 is winning.
Som inte är short såg.
So Short didn't see it. He missed a chance to win. And now these, oh sorry,
Måste gå igenom honom.
yeah, these two pawns cannot be stopped because the bishop is overloaded. I cannot take an a6 because of d7, and the king is not in time to come in. So this was scary moment for Nils. Instead, he gave this check, so he had this position short. He played bishop e4, and now I guess it's an easy draw. And the draw. So, good defense from Gandelius, except for one move, which was not very good, and Short was pressing for a win and had one chance. So so there he is. You made it quite a big mistake in the end. In this position, rook e1. Aye. Is it? The rook is trapped, and your king is too late.
So if I give check on f3 first, it's just a draw here.
Yes.
Check and
It's easy to lose a game.
But actually, how long was it known? This
it was. You can take, or maybe you want to go home. Maybe
Huh?
you can take a seat if you want. Have a look. So we can see. You have suffered for 5 hours. Now you have to suffer for another half an hour.
Uh-huh.
I thought you should know how long this is well known.
Yeah, but I couldn't really remember. No, the thing is, it's well known that black has numerous ways after the rook e4.
Yes.
I mean, g5 you have to play, but like here later on, queen h5, I guess. I think bishop f5 is supposed to be the main move. But here, yeah, maybe I should have played knight f6 immediately. I wasn't sure. But it's well known that kind of everything is fine for black, but that's why I didn't check it at all. So then it was a good choice for him. Queen f2, and here I wasn't sure. Queen g6, bishop c2. I mean, my original intention was to play after bishop c2 to play bishop f4.
Bishop f4?
Yeah, because if he takes, I just take with the pawn and I have a nice attack. But I think he will just take on e8. And rook e8, take on f5. Queen takes f5 and knight e4. Now knight d6 is threatened, so I'm not in time to play.
Okay,
I want to take and play g4, for example, but I'm not in time. And the problem was also if I do it immediately here, bishop f4, he can simply take, I think, g takes. And if I take with the knight, then he simply takes on f4. And knight e4. And I cannot hold the f4 pawn. So he survives. And if I take with the pawn instead, he can take on d5, and f4 is hanging. So I couldn't. I remember it. Some knight f4 or bishop f4 should be the key idea for black, but I couldn't get it to work anywhere. So I had to settle on knight f6, which is a bit sad. I guess g4 is just lost for white, or.
We thought you.
I mean, I take on g4. If takes, knight takes. If, for example, bishop takes f. Oh, let's say if he trades first. I was calculating some line. Maybe it's not.
And
then g4 takes. Yeah, but this is just mate.
Yeah, this is.
No. Okay, he has to take on f7. No. Okay, so g4. Let's see, how was it? g4. Because there was some quite nice line. Bishop takes.
Yeah.
F takes. Rook takes. Ah, yeah. Knight takes g4. Now he can take on f7 with the bishop. But then the problem is, I think I will just take back. On f7, he takes on e8, and I play king g7, and I think that attack should just be winning for me. I mean, at least I will win the queen back, and looks winning.
Yeah.
And if he plays here queen e2, I just take, I think. On h2. King g2, I guess, and just bishop f4. And too many threats like queen h2 and queen h1.
Yeah.
And shouldn't work for white, I think. So okay, but he took. I mean, it's very logical what happened. Takes, knight f1.
He took and knight f1.
And here also the question: if I mean, I can play, let's say, bishop d3. I guess he needs to play knight e3. And now if he's in time for bishop d2, rook e1, he should be a bit better. But I can play, let's say, c5 and bishop d2, c4. Bishop d1, but I couldn't really see how to increase the pressure here. I thought white should. I mean, he can play just next a4 and he will get counterplay. So I thought I had to play a g4. Bishop d1 takes. Bishop takes, knight g4. Here is quite. I mean, bishop d2 is a good move, but I guess. But after bishop e4 is very critical. I mean, he can play queen e2 also. I mean, instead of taking on g4. Queen e2, I think I have to take on f3. Now if he takes on e8, it's just mate, I think.
How?
King g7. Well, I'm threatening bishop takes g3. And also queen h3. So it should be... Maybe he can play queen d8, queen g5, maybe with perpetual, but... I mean, maximum perpetual for white. Here.
So maybe check here
and back, yeah. No. But what he can do, he can take back. On f3. Yeah. Now I guess I have to play because he's threatening rook e1, just pawn up. So rook e6 is the only move. Now he can, for example, take on c6. And I wasn't. I mean, and now I have some serious attack, but I'm also 2 pawns down. I couldn't really understand what was going on. He will always have a check on a8, and the queen will come back. Thought maybe rook e2. Let's say rook if he takes my bishop, I take on h2 with the knight. And I thought I was holding, but I was not sure at all. Now if he trades queens, I have knight f3 in the end. Pawn down, but compensation. I was not sure at all, but.
I mean, like.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but I don't think I can be worse. I think it's excellent compensation. Yeah, you take knight f3 or knight e4. But it was critical. Maybe he can there survive somehow. Because what he did, I thought should be just.
Okay for black.
I thought it should be okay for me. He said that he thought he was just much better, which was a bit. I was a bit surprised, but I started to play quite badly here. I think. Now rook e1. Rook e6 should be fine. I should keep the bishop, I guess, after bishop f4. b3, yeah, but now I play. I was a bit low on time, and I simply tried not to blunder any piece. But I should play more actively here, of course.
You played.
I played like some 5-6 waiting moves, and I was just worse. I have to find a way to make c5 work. I think that's the key idea. If I can get c5 and the bishop to the long diagonal, let's say on b7 or a8, then my queen will at some moment come. But I couldn't really get it to work. But I'm sure there is a way to have compensation. I mean, let's say queen h5, something like this is a possibility. Yeah. Because if we trade rooks, already the winning chances are very small. Like it doesn't matter what other pieces are on the board. Yes, without rooks, black is very safe. Yeah, maybe queen h5. I mean, I simply made moves, like random moves. It was
waiting moves almost.
Yeah, waiting moves. This. But now I'm threatening b4, but okay, not very long.
He defended.
Now simply I'm just misplacing my pieces.
But we understand what you want, so he plays rook f1. Bishop g6, h4, and back.
Here I'm significantly worse, I think. After queen d1, I cannot really keep the queens. And I have a terrible version of the ending. Like my rook should be, I mean, I should be able to play, let's say, rook d8 in one move to threaten b4 and then get some counterplay. Here I'm okay.
Remember not c5, but b4.
Yeah, b4, and I should have enough counterplay. But the way it is, I mean, I'm not in time, I think. Because now his king comes as well. Now knight g4 is also.
So this is why.
Yeah. Also, I want to play rook d8, bishop e5, and bishop h6 without knight g4. But here, okay, he just pushes, and I'm not. I lack at least one move, maybe even more.
You have to take.
But here, I was very surprised that he took on h5. I thought king g3 to keep the pawn on h4, because with pawn on h4 he can play maybe bishop g5 or. I mean, he has some more ideas. Yeah, takes.
And later on this.
Yeah, bishop g5 and king on f4. I was more afraid of this, let's say. But what he did is also interesting, of course.
So he took.
He has a passed pawn now. d5. I wasn't sure, but c5 probably is too ambitious to get some bishop on d4. It looks like too much. I should just
exchange
as much as possible. Yeah. And now I really don't know. Somehow felt he could have gotten a bit more than what he got, but I'm not sure. No, the key here for me is I have to redirect my bishop to e6. That's very important. With my bishop on e6, I'm very solid. But the question is if I'm in time to get it there or not, which I was not at all sure about. But here I got it. So here I thought I should be quite safe. But here was the question if I need to
If
go
you need
to
to
this
take,
ending.
yeah. But maybe it's
I thought it was
a
very
simple,
yeah,
simple solution.
yeah. But I was not. Yeah,
Or simple is not maybe the right word, but
yeah, it should be a draw after that, and otherwise it's easier to blunder.
yeah.
I should take, but I completely missed it. I cannot play king h6.
Yeah.
This is on d7, rook d5, rook c8,
Same.
and I'm just mated.
Yeah.
But
Mate is coming.
yeah, but I think this position with 2 against 1 should be holdable. That was my impression. But
Let's see what it was.
yeah.
Yeah, this. Okay, let's say
You need to go
On the-
on the other side probably.
Yeah. What were you
So it's
planning to do?
King g4 and king f5 similar.
Not giving. You could also give some checks.
Yeah, but why?
You wanted to disturb the bishop with the king.
Yeah,
And
sure,
not
sure.
really
I
work.
want to kick the bishop away from this diagonal. With
Yeah, because
let's
I
see.
thought maybe you can do it with the rook, but
Yeah, but
maybe.
I need my king anyway. I
Yeah,
think so.
I
This.
would agree. Yeah, this looks.
Should be draw, but
Mm.
not that easy, of course. Yeah, and then
After this,
no, but here now my king is yet coming, so this should be
even
simpler.
simple, yes.
But of course,
If you don't blunder.
yeah, if I didn't blunder this, I trapped my own rook again.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah, it's like yesterday.
very similar to yesterday.
Mm.
Because if I give check on f3, as we said, yeah.
So you should play like
Yeah.
this, and the king goes.
And even rook d3, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, rook e5, king f4, and everything is kind of hanging. d6 and c3 and
Yeah.
cannot. No, it should be. But I relaxed a bit and played this rook d1. Now it's just Now we both missed simply that my rook is trapped.
Mm.
Yeah.
So this was
Yeah, and I cannot stop the pawns.
no.
Yeah, so it was very unnecessary to give this.
We can show it
opportunity.
again. Rook e1, you have to take, and the king can try, but it's not in time.
Yeah,
And the bishop cannot stop
both pawns.
both pawns.
Yeah, so
That
it's
was
unnecessary.
a major mistake
Yeah.
from both
Definitely.
players.
Yes,
But that's what happens after
Yeah,
6
of course,
hours of
course.
play.
Because the thing is that we both kind of thought, okay, now it's draw.
Mm.
I mean, so we lost a bit of focus, which is very dangerous to do.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. But
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And tomorrow you play.
I don't know yet. I will check.
Because I know you play the Swedish friend Blomqvist. Good luck tomorrow. Okay, that was today's round.
Thank you.
We have 2 players in the lead, Blomqvist and Jobava, 2 points out of 3. And tomorrow they play again at 2 o'clock. Thank you for today.